Hey everyone, how's it going? Welcome to the Friday after Thanksgiving here in the United States. I am going to be coding all day, or as long as I possibly can, until about 8:30 p.m. or so. So yeah, this is gonna be a long one. I'm gonna do my best. Obviously, I'm not gonna if I gotta go to the bathroom or eat some food, I am gonna stop. It's not like a marathon until I drop dead or anything like that. That would be not in my best interest to say the least. But yeah, today we're just gonna get started working on what we were working on. I have a list of stuff that I want to kind of get done today, so let's talk through that first, and then we'll actually go and discuss um where we're at with this thing. So where I want to kind of the things I want to start on, let me close some of these things down. um yeah, it's good enough for now. So this is I'm inside the app right now, but some of the things I wanted to work on, one of the things I realized was that I've been building this customer portal kind of section here, and this was fine, and it's okay. But I need to take all this information, I need to move it off of the workspace URL. So currently it's on the workspace URL or their website for the person, and that's really not where it should be, because if you think about it, if they have 3 workspaces that they can go to, they click on the settings, it should be about that particular website that they're on, not the overarching product that they're on. So again, think of like I think this is the way that something like a Basecamp would do it too. So if you had like a URL for, well, I think Basecamp doesn't use subdomains, but I mean, if you had like multiple Basecamp sites, imagine they use subdomains for a minute, and it was like foo.basecamp, right? You would expect that the account information would probably not be on foo if you had 10 accounts, right? Or you had 10 different Basecamp locations or things like that. So you don't want to have, you can't have it live on the domain. The other problem would be, I mean, think about it. I'm on this subdomain right now, which is this one. If I went here and I closed this account, what would be the expected outcome of this? Would you have to tell the person? I mean, realistically, it wouldn't work. Or it would, but then where would it redirect the person? So like there'd be something strange that happened, to say the least. So you'd either have to, your best bet would probably be to click close and then automatically tell the person, oh, yeah, sorry, you can't do that while you're on the subdomain, which sounds stupid. So we're not going to do that. We're going to move this out. So out for me right now, my thinking was onto like just a my dot URL. So my dot whatever your website is. That would be like the subdomain that controls all the customer stuff, any like reviewing any of the workspace stuff, reviewing anything that's like parent related to this thing. So that's what we got to work on. We got to move that out and into that section, which I think is going to be a little tricky because I just don't have it built to handle that at this moment in time. So we got to do some work to make sure it'll actually do that. So that's why I was just the other day I was kind of thinking through some of these URLs, and I was like, what's got to be moved and where? So I was kind of just coming up with making sure I had the right, like the my dot naming convention was going to work, and where where you go to log in and what all that stuff. So that was my thinking here. Oops. All right, so that's the first part. The rest of it that we're going to be kind of building down is just in this list that I have right here. So I want to, the first thing is, moving to my pages. So that's definitely the first thing that we got to do. I want to do some intended stuff with the login. So if you're trying to just get to your customer settings page, you should just go to your, like it should redirect if you're logged out, things like that. Then I want to just do some stuff inside of the customer settings once it's moved out, which is, I think, some fairly simple stuff, but I want to just kind of clean this up a little bit. I want to have a notes section in here too that only super admins can see, so we can leave notes about people if we need to. And then I want to make sure that I do all like the correct locking of a customer if they haven't paid, which is going to be interesting because I'm going to have to figure out how I can actually show Stripe data without showing Stripe data. But right now, I think I might have to like go into like just like a hidden mode so I can actually do some Stripey stuff. But we'll figure that out. And then it's going to kind of depend on what we can get done. All like I have no idea how much I can actually get done in a day like this. So we're going to be doing some stuff in the customer settings. I want to get the choice page working. So you see here that this person has access to 3 URLs, 3 different settings, or sorry, 3 different websites. How do we actually show that on the front end? Like, how do I give them the choice? So when they log in, they should probably see the choice page, which allows them to see like go into different places. So that's what I want to get done too. And then we're going to just try working on some feature gate stuff. So locking things behind either pay levels or feature levels, which will also lead to, what I forget listen, it's 9 o'clock in the morning here in the States. My brain is slowly working off all the turkey that I ate yesterday from Thanksgiving. So if I don't use words good, this is the reason why. What I want to also have in here is features that can be locked or hidden based on I want them gated so that way they're not ready for public consumption yet. They don't have to go out. So I can show something locally on my desktops that I'm playing with, but a person can't see it in production. So I don't know, what's that, hide things in production. Just so that way I can kind of build it and play with it, but not, have it out there. And then I want to start doing a couple more things with the members section. So the member section stuff is going to be basically, it's this page here. Look at that. So you can see. So this is just the members page. This is the start of this. So anybody who comes into the site, they register, they're a member. I have search working here, so that way I can actually do, you can do search and it will actually find all the users and all that stuff. That was a little fun thing that I built the other day. But I still can't do anything to this. So I can view this list, which is great. It's paginated. That's nice. But I need to be able to now actually edit these users if we want to, delete them. They need to be able to, add CRUD data to their, themselves. And what happens if you edit yourself? Can you change your workspace? All that type of stuff. These are like the little things we want to get done today. Uploading. I also want to be able to upload, set a temporary password for a user. See if a member's not logged in. Search the member list. Actually, that's working already. So we can cross that off. But and then activating, deactivating members and sending emails to them based on their activation status. So this is the stuff that I want to kind of work on today. Oh, and the CSV upload of users. So just a lot of if you have 1,000 people on your site, you're not going to manually upload them all. I want to be able to upload each user or all the users in a CSV file, which would basically just need the name, the email address, I think, and then other stuff we'll have to figure out. So this is kind of these things. Oh, and then one other thing, data table stuff. So let's go over here. So the other thing I want to be able to do today is some data table stuff. And this is what I'm calling the data table right now, which is just a table that has this search box on it. But data tables are supposed to do a few other things. One of the things I want them to be able to do is select and then be able to do some sort of actions based on selections. Search right now works only on this page. It doesn't. It exists here too, but it doesn't do anything. Like if I tried to search for personal, it's going to redirect me to, I think, members. Yeah, with nothing. So clearly that's not right. So let's get, search box working. Pages, that's going to require some stuff to move things out and around. Selected actions. So that's when we can like click a bunch of people and then do some things based on that. Those are the 2 things. And then this is a lot. I don't think we're going to get through all of this, which is fine. It's just going to keep on going. But yeah, let's see where we can go. So, all right, the first thing, like I said, I want to do is moving pages around to like this my section. So that's where we're going to start. And I am drinking coffee because seriously. All right. So, okay. Let's go over to settings here. And let's pop open our code stuff for a minute here so we can see some stuff. So right now, I got a lot of stuff open here. Let's close down some of these things. Don't need that. Okay, so right now, yarn watch, move yarn around. So okay, so if I want to move the customer settings page to this new link, that's going to definitely take a little bit of work. My thought process here is that this is the customer settings page. So once I get this working, then the rest should kind of follow pretty easily. Let me also do not disturb. Okay. So to do this correctly, what I have to do is I have to obviously work on a subdomain of my dot to move everything, but then I also have to add in the customer ID. So now this becomes a little bit more of like a traditional app where you have like, url.com/username or app name or whatever. So I have to be able to work like it with this because I need the customer domain or the customer ID to trigger all the information for the customer. So I have to set that up because that's not working right now because I haven't needed it. So if you see how we do this in the middleware right now, let's go over to middleware, app, HTTP middleware. Base. So I have connect to workspace. So this is the code that actually handles the connecting to each individual workspace. And what it does here is move this up. I have this ignore path thing, which basically says if you're part of one of these pages, it just skip this completely. But other than that, it grabs the host information, and then we start doing a lookup based on the host. And the host is going to tell us obviously a few things. The first thing that we can get from the host information here is the slug. So I do a lookup by either the first I check if this is a custom domain. So if it's a custom domain, meaning that I'm connected to, just let's say, my name, joesanfalone.co, then it says, okay, if that's where we're connected to, get by do a search for the for the full domain in our site, and that's going to be our slug. If it's not that it's based on slug, then I'm just grabbing the slug and I'm going to use that information to connect to the site. And that's how I do my connection to the customer database and not the customer database, the tenant database. So I disconnect from any other databases that may be connected, and I connect to the user database, the tenant database. And then I add some stuff into the request. So if you're a custom domain, I add the actual domain name. So I have that, so I can kind of key off of that later. And if not, I just add a whole bunch of other information to the request. So the workspace ID, the customer ID, the slug, and the URL, just so I have this stuff so I can use it everywhere else. Because once I'm in a workspace, everything kind of gets scoped to that workspace. So having the workspace ID without having to look it up again is kind of just nice. I can then this is the first spot that you're going to have to look it up and do some information and do some work with it. So it's great to then just take that and actually do something with it there. And that works fine, but now it's not going to work for this settings page, because now what I have to do is I have to say, okay, we're here. You are in a subdomain, but we're in a special subdomain. And that special subdomain doesn't need to check this information because it doesn't need to actually connect to the workspace. It needs to connect to the customer and to the customer only. So I added this, but I didn't do anything. This is basically just a copy and paste of connect to workspace. It's just connect to customer. So that I'm going to need in a little bit. That was my first thought in how the heck this is going to work. Let me bump this up a little bit so everyone can see it. I gotta move this mic, which is kind of in the weird spot for me. Okay, so that's going to be kind of the first thing that I have to actually get done is, there we go. Okay, so we're going to have to make sure that this thing actually connects to the right customer. And you can see I started playing around with it. It's like, okay, well, we just do a lookup, but we're not really doing a lookup. So All right, so that's the first part. That's where we're gonna have to get to that in a minute. The other thing I started doing and I haven't moved it around yet was, let's go to routes. So I'm hard coding this for now. Obviously, it shouldn't be hard coded, but this is like the route, the main route that we're gonna need. Like everything's gonna have to be under the domain my dot, like the subdomain. So we're gonna have to just work off of that. And then this first route is just the settings page. So my.rebase.test/customer ID settings is gonna now take you to this page. So okay, let us. So everything has this customer ID. That was the other place. These are like the moving parts that I'm seeing in my head that I got to kind of work with here. The problem, if you want to call it that, or the thing that we have to figure out right now is I've not needed the customer ID on the front end up until now. So now I have to actually make sure that every page actually has the customer ID. So inside of inertia, go to handle inertia requests. Inside of the inertia request, or this is a middleware. Yeah. Every time it comes through as an inertia request, it does this. It goes through this middleware, which allows you to. There you go. This allows me to like just pass in shared data. So in this case, you see here we have an array that's taking in like some basic auth user information. So we have that on the front end. I have some app domain pricing information here that I have, and all my flash messages that come through. So that's fine, but I think I'm gonna need to add another thing into here, so I'm always grabbing customer ID. So the customer ID always comes through to the front end too, because I'm gonna need this on for the sidebar for anytime you connect to the my dot section. You have to actually have that information in there. So that's, I think this is the first place I'm going to start, which is probably going to break a few things when I do that. So I'm going to do that here because you are going to be inside of auth, but instead of auth user, it's auth customer. I think this is where this kind of makes the most sense to me. Customer ID. And where the hell is the customer ID coming from? That is a great question. I guess by the time, well, let's look at the kernel real quick. So handle inertia request is one of the web requests, and it's always, I remember, I think this is like always one of the last things that happens. I think it always goes in this order. So this is, I think, order specific. So it's always going to run down the list in this order. And then this is the last thing in the web request. So my connect to customer, I'm not even calling that yet. I guess as long as it's last, it comes after here, I can actually use the request itself to grab. No, I mean first. Sorry, so it has to be like here in this list. And if I do that, then I can say, then I can use request. So this won't work right now, but we can get it to work. So I think I could do that there. Once I actually make connect to customer work. All right, so here's my should ignore. Grab the host information. I think this is fine to do all that. We already know we're authorized by this point, so I don't have to do any auth checks or anything inside of here. By the time they get to this middleware, they've either been kicked. Oh, they've been kicked basically if they're not authorized. So really, the only thing I need to do here is just, I guess, look up the. Well, I don't even need to look it up. Really, I can just pull it off of the. No, first time through, I'm going to need to do some sort of lookup and see who the hell you are, or if that data is valid. I guess that's probably the first thing I need to do. So yeah, so we'll have to, I guess we'll say validate the data in here. Let's just write a list of stuff that this thing's got to actually do and how it works. Validate the customer exists. That's probably the first thing. And then if they don't, redirect them to login. So basically we kick them out again. They do. Move on to the next one. So I think that's all this has to do. Oh, well, if they do, move on to the next after merging the request. After merging. So I think that's all this has to really do. Now the question becomes, how are we actually going to do that? Let's think about this for a minute. This is a so maybe I'm thinking about this a little even. Wait a minute. Let's look at the okay. Maybe I don't even need this. So I'm really kind of working through this now, and the coffee's starting to hit, so maybe I'll actually be able to move a little faster. I know I need all these parts, but I should have customer information based on the user. So okay, hold on a minute here. Hold on a minute. Let's go back to dashboard for a second. So the dashboard is just kind of a blank page, and a blank page there is, oh great, I love my spam. So a blank page here is, let's go and clean that up. There we go. Okay. So what I'm considering, like this is basically a blank login, like this. So everything that's already happened has happened at this by the point it's gotten here. So let me say we're on the dashboard. What information do we have available to us? Well, we have the user in auth. So auth user, right? And what information can we get off of that user? Oh, it won't let me close that out. That's annoying. I deleted those things from my stream, but it's not actually hiding them. All right. Well, then I'm gonna have to hide the chat for a few minutes. There we go, because I don't feel like having to deal with that. All right, so we're gonna just die and dump the user for a minute. Here, let's go. Let's see them. Let's see what we got. Oh, wait. I do need. I'm trying to think if the user has a connection to the customer, obviously, because they are on the customer table. So here's our full user right now. I could theoretically use their association to the member to, yeah, see, here's my roles. Where's our stuff? Oh, well, let's go here. Actually, let's pull up table plus. I'll need it anyway later. Homestead, base. Just grab any database. Doesn't matter at this moment in time. Members. So we see all the members that happen to be under this, and we see what their roles are associated with, which means that I know their kind of their member workspace. So once I have their ID, I can get to the workspace, and from the workspace, I can get to the customer. So I can see what their customer ID is based on that, which case gives me the ability to access their, like now that I have the customer ID, I can actually do anything off of that. So little bit of a convoluted way, but then I can get to the once I can get to the customer ID, then I have access to do anything with the customer information. So that's how I'm going to try to get to the customer, I think. So all right, so based on this user, essentially what I need to do is, and I don't look at our members tables for a minute here. So I have workspaces. All right, let's go over here for a minute so we can see this. Should be able to say member. Oh. Workspaces. Let's see what that pulls up. I can spell. All right, so that gives us access to the workspace table, which then if I do customer ID, maybe not. All right, let's see what that. Oh, well, if I just said workspaces, just grab a list of them. Yeah, see, now I have the customer ID. And the funny thing is here, actually just grab any customer ID I want. So I could do first customer ID. And I can get that because it's all the same. So see, the customer ID here is all the same because it has to be. Like by the time you get into this database, you're connected to this customer. So yeah. So it's always this ID is always the same everywhere. I thought to myself at first, do I really need to have this ID? But I said, yeah, it's probably better just to keep it on this table. So that way I have access to create this member workspace thing. And then I still have access to the table for the customer because customers live on a different database. So I wanted to have that ID there. So yeah, so I don't have to like do any more searching than saying just give me your workspaces, get me the first workspace that you find that they're connected to, and then boom, you have your access there. Okay, so that's how we can grab the customer ID, and I could go to the settings page based off of that information. Which means I think I can just leave them connected to... Okay, so there's some interesting stuff there I'm thinking about now. I could totally just leave them connected to the whatever workspace database they happen to be on. I just have to say once they're in the new workspace, don't try to run that workspace connection again. Okay. So, all right, this might be somewhat easier, I think, than I was thinking about at first. But maybe not. I don't know. All right, well, let's go over to... Let's move the page. Here, I'm going to put this here. And comment this out just because I want to keep that somewhere and actually do something with it. So move that over there, kept that there. Okay, let's move the page and let's just break everything and let's break everything. So here's our customer settings. Oh, I did put this here already, but I think it's in the right spot. Go to our routes. That workspace. Okay, so this was the route. Comment you out. I don't think Ziggy was running. But rebase customer settings. Okay, so that should now be getting that, but I need obviously to pass the customer ID in there. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Go back to the inertia handler. Screw that. We're not going to do that at all. I'm going to do this right here. I'll have to see eventually what this does. This shouldn't be that bad, but I'm going to say workspaces first. Just grab the first workspace. And customer ID. Boom. So now theoretically I should have access to that. I don't have to do the connect to customer thing. Oh boy. All right. And let's go into what now? Well, okay, this should break the front end. Yeah, it broke the sidebar because it's like I think this is a Ziggy issue, right? Because this should now be, hey, I can't find this yet. It couldn't find the customer ID. Good. That is exactly what I wanted it to do. It's all coming together. All right, let's go into settings. No, not settings. Let's go into sidebar .view. So this is my view file that has my sidebar stuff. And right here, it's grabbing customer settings route, but I need to pass in inertia shared customer ID. Which, how the hell do you access inertia shared things now? I can't remember. Let's look at view workspace, or no, it comes into inertia. I think there's a share thing. Let's see. No, okay, it's got to be on inertia itself. Page, props, app, no, auth. There we go. So I don't know how easily seeable that is, but it's a giant number. It doesn't matter. So the auth object has this. So I should be able to say props auth customer ID. Get access to that. I think it's props.auth. Customer ID. Oh, we're still broken. Why now? Auth is undefined. Props? Or is it this dot props? Probably this dot props. It's like, yeah, what are you doing? All right, I'm gonna just go look it up. Shared. Yep, got that. Did that. Yada yada. How do I get it? Page.props. Okay, I would not have remembered that. Page.props. And then your whatever. So page.props.auth. We have that shared data. That should be good now. Don't close that page until we can tell. Aha. And now I go here, and what says at the bottom is my.rebase.test slash settings. So bam, that worked. Put worked in air quotes because this page should still totally be broken. Yeah, we got a, oh yeah, we're gonna have a cross origin issue. But more than that, that's fixable, but it's just like I can't, like, where are you taking me? So because I think if I open this in a new tab, there's going to be a, yeah, that's the main issue. Cross origin, I think I can fix fairly easily. The main problem is just like, hey, we're trying to get this thing, so that's not going to work. It's trying to find the workspaces because it's trying to connect to the workspaces. So I think there's probably several different ways I can handle this. The first one would be I could just go and block it from my connect to workspace. So if it sees anything inside of here that starts with an ID, I could probably do it if it starts with my or something like that too. But inside of here, I have this like exceptions array that'll handle that. But I don't think that's that's probably not the best way of doing it. So I think what I'll do is where am I actually going to work? So let's go look at the kernel. Has workspace, redirected, authenticated, and authenticated. I just have this in web. Oh, it's just okay. I just have a route middleware. I don't have it automatically going somewhere. So that means what's going on there? Base access right here. Oh, that's but it shouldn't be okay. That's an interesting thing. It shouldn't even. Oh no, haha! This is a different error than I was even thinking it was. So I started going down the path of it's not getting the domain correctly, and therein lies the problem. But no, that's not the issue. It's right here. It's saying we can't get workspaces of a non-authorized user. It's because I moved because this is not doing the authorization stuff. We're not doing the auth check. So okay. Just grab all these for a minute. Move it over to customer. This should bring up a different error now. Oh, it's not bringing up a different error. Okay. Let me double check that it's actually getting there, right? Let me get property workspaces on a non-object, so it's not authorized. Okay. So obviously here, you're auth. You go here, and it breaks because it's just broken. Okay, so yeah, and that's still here. So it's still the same error. Okay, so trying to get the workspace of non-object, but why is it? Oh. So this is actually something I said before that I thought was going to happen. So I have this class happening here, and I think it is throwing an error because I'm trying to use the, yeah, okay. I just saw it. Okay. So take a look at this just to see what the heck is going on. Like why this is an error. So this is executed here in web, which gets executed first. It's normally not a problem that gets executed first because it's going to find the authorized user essentially at some point, or just pass in no data. So what it's been doing, if I go back here, let me see if I can actually see that. Page props auth. Yeah, so it gets the user here, gets all this information here. It's totally fine. However, by the time it gets to I have it outside of the oh god, go to the handle method. Whew, I should have thought about the fact that I have no coffee in my system before I did anything. All right, let's move this into here. Let's try that. Basically, there's a check here saying if authorized user exists, then create this array of information. I moved this customer ID outside of the user. Therefore, it was always just trying to get this information, which may or may not have existed. So that might fix it. Sweet. Okay. This is a totally different error, but we are authorized now to see this information. So we are getting the right information, I think. That error that we're seeing is because I think it's trying to do okay, let's go to connect. What is happening there? So it's doing a redirect. Maybe I'm not logged in. Actually, maybe no, I'm still. He's redirecting me to register. So I'm still totally logged in. Ah, okay. Nope, something broke there. Let's customer IDs. Okay, now it's not getting the customer ID. All right, so I'm doing a stupid whack-a-mole thing here. On the dashboard page, it's not getting the customer ID because I moved that. Wait a minute, that doesn't seem to make any sense to me. Okay, so I have the customer ID. Oh. No, I totally have the customer ID. Problem is where I'm settings. Settings.view, go here. I'm pulling the going to the wrong file or to the wrong. So that's what sidebar off dot ID. All right, first part worked. It's still not liking that. Let's see what happens when we go there. Doing that redirect. So this redirect is supposed to happen under the conditions of what? Nope, not that one. Let's check out the kernel. I think authenticate has workspace access and redirect. It might be authenticate. No. I'm calling two middleware, auth and oh, now I'm just calling auth. Let's see what happens if I just do that. Doesn't like it. And it redirected me to register. Which is funny because I should be Okay, let's look at the auth middleware. That one called authenticate. I'm not doing squat in here. Okay. So it's not that one. That's giving me an issue. It's what? Oh no, look. Ugh. I had that in two spots. What am I, ridiculous? How did I do that? I have this in two places, so it is actually still calling this, which is throwing the error. Okay. Why do I have this in two places? Yeah, this should not be here. That should not be there. Now it's not connecting to anything. All right, so let's move this into yes. Back real quick, grab it again. I guess we'll move it into here and authenticate first. Connect to workspace. I don't think has workspace access is doing anything at the time, but let's just move into there. Just this should still work. I think everything's using that workspace thing. Workspace members. Workspace.connection. Okay, what? So that means I shouldn't need that at all where I'm calling it. Get rid of that completely because I'm calling workspace.connection right here in those classes. So that's being handled. Web is being service provider. Web should just be, yeah, web is being passed to all the routes regardless already. So that has that access there. That's this middleware right here. So no reason to do that. Let's see what happens here. And let's do this. Fresh. That is a good one. Well, so where is that error coming from? Clearly I have all the tables, but it's all right. So rebase shared.members doesn't exist. That is strange. That's really strange. That is so strange. It makes 0 sense. Hey Techo, I'm working on a this is a Laravel application. It's a multi-tenant app. Pretty much vanilla Laravel with some Vue.js built in, but I'm working through some of the multi-tenant issues right now. Okay, so the error that you're seeing, which is why this is weird, it's saying table doesn't exist, rebase shared .members, which makes sense because this members table doesn't exist on the shared database. Here's the architecture of the database, so you can see it real quick, understand why I'm confused. Shared has the customer table on it. Oh, okay, so I think what I did to myself here a minute ago was really stupid. I think that's the nicest way that I could say what I've done. No, the migrations are fine. What I did, for some reason, what I did was I put that middleware, the connect to workspace, like everywhere. I put it here in the middleware thing. I put it also in web middleware group, and then I like just had its own separate thing right here in the connection. Like in the route middleware, which is fine. But I just said, oh, it doesn't need to be in all these places, and I started removing it. And when I removed it, the system rightfully is now only connected to one database. So the way the system works is it's supposed to connect to two databases. Database one is the shared database, which has the customer information on it. But once you go to a slug, once you go to a subdomain, it needs to also connect to that subdomain's database. So it didn't connect to any second database right now. So it's just looking for this members table on shared. That's what's going on there. So that's why that's an issue. I was trying to remove all of that stuff because okay, so I'm going to need to create, I think, a couple route groups. I think to do this right. But because like the login page, well, no, everything needs that. Everything needs this workspace. Okay, yeah, all right. Give me this. Before I go any further, let's just actually make sure that this does what I need. I move this into middleware at the top. I should get rid of that error. So that error should go away now. Okay. Yeah. So that error's gone. And this page should still be broken now because basically when it gets here, it's trying to connect to that a second database that doesn't. It's like, I don't know what you're talking about. There is no database here. So what I could do, I guess the trick just around this real quick would be to ignore that route completely. This is not, I don't think, the right approach. But let me just do this to make sure that it's actually working. I'm gonna do this. Customer slash. And now I'm gonna go into my connect to customer workspace and I'm gonna just disable it on customer. So this isn't 100% the way I want it to work, but I want to just see that this seems to actually be the issue. Fresh settings. Open this link. Now it's still not going to work because now it's going to throw a different error. The different error here is now going to be I can't ignore completely that whole thing. Now, this is a weird kind of tricky situation because I'm connected to the database. I'm already technically connected to all the databases I need to, but by the time I click this link, I don't think I have access to. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is what's screwing me up. No, I have no user permissions yet at this point in time. Everything's kind of just open to anybody. Let's see. Save here. I don't know why that was saved. Let's inspect. Let's make sure this is a JavaScript issue. Or this isn't a. Ooh, okay, wait. What's this? Error network. That's the one I'm. Yeah, it's redirecting because I don't think it's not authorization that's the issue. It's yeah, no, core stuff is always wonderful. Now, I think the course thing is going to be a problem, but I think that's a different problem. Like locally, I don't think it's going to be an issue. I can just ignore it for the moment anyway. Crud. Actually, here's a better question. Is it getting to that page to begin with and then throwing the error, or is it not even redirecting correctly? Let's go to settings. Like, is it here that it's throwing the error? Is it throwing the error in the controller? Hi there. Let's see. Yeah, that's the $1 million question there. Is it getting connected to both databases? It shouldn't connect to the second database technically. Okay, so it's definitely not getting there. So it's not making it here. Means the issue is definitely the issue's got to be in this in here. At least this is my thinking right now. Yeah, okay, so this gets there fine on the dashboard page, but it's not gonna. Oh, wait a minute. No, that's working fine. I'm looking at the URL. Okay. It's not ignoring that. I think the issue is that it's running through this whole thing when it shouldn't be. Let's just copy that URL. Let's do this real quick. Okay, so it is in the ignore. Oh man. So it's correctly disconnecting from the. Oh, maybe that's part of the issue. Maybe I shouldn't disconnect from the database. Nah, I probably should. Wait a minute. That might. Hmm. 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 Okay. So the database connection is actually done by the. Yeah, I'm not sure that I have the user connected to both databases because I'm disconnecting it here, and this is where I'm wrong. This is right here because if it should ignore it, then you shouldn't try to connect to the database. The issue is it should connect, but I have to just do something different. So let's get here for a minute. I'm doing a lookup, and I'm basically saying here, okay, try to find the domain or try to find the slug. I don't think I have the authorized user yet. What do I got here? What's in the request? This stage in the game. Got the URL, obviously. Attributes, where would it be? Request? Nothing. So this is one of the first things I think. Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna okay. So I'm gonna clean this up a little bit in a. I think it might be failing here. I bet you. No. It shouldn't do that because it's got the my in front of it. Sorry, I'm kind of saying random gibberish here. I'm trying to figure out what it's connecting to or what it's attempting to connect to, because what I think is happening here, which would make sense that it goes to the redirect register route, is that it fails here. So this, at the end of the day, if you try to connect to a connection that doesn't exist, it will redirect you to register index. So that's what it's doing there. If I dump out the host, I should have, this is where I should have like the my connection and all that stuff, like all the names. Yeah, all the host parts. So it's telling me the host is my.rebase, which is right. So I gotta still grab the customer. All right. This will be a little ugly, but let's just let's just get this working. So if I say host, that's called host. This is not gonna be, this is not official, but I want to just see that it works now. I say, hi. Oh god, JavaScript got me forgetting to put semicolons everywhere. Oh, did I make a, let me look at my host helper. In order is custom get URL. Okay, so that's gonna get me the full URL, get the slug. I guess I should grab the slug. Right now, let's just do that. Let's just grab the slug. Customer. Okay, so we have the slug. So if the slug is this, we do something different, which is basically we just look at the first. So here, else. Ugly but functional. uh, yeah, we'll say lookup query. Get by ID. We get by. Yeah, let's do that. And then I think I can get the request that way, right? Because I dump requests, inputs. It does. Everything that's hard coded is some sort of historical link. Customer ID or ID. I think that's how I have it. No. Well, let's read the request real quick. Get inputs. I think that's the way to say request inputs and it'll grab it all. Yeah, or it'll break. Nice. That works too. Dump the request. Oi. All right. Here we go. Attributes. Isn't that like considered a get request or something like that? I guess not. Okay. Well, then I can just, I guess it hasn't been broken apart yet by Laravel at this point. All right. So yeah, I guess if I say request Just give me the full path. Anyway, trying to find this just to see if it's got any information in here that I can just grab. Like, I don't feel like reinventing the wheel. So if this exists already in here, which it doesn't look like it does. Customer, then customer ID. Right there. All right. So inside of here, it doesn't look like I have the customer ID yet. There's a way that I can easily have it, which doesn't feel right. I feel like Laravel has already got it for me, but I guess I'm. Maybe this might actually be the. Let's do that. Now I'll have the customer ID. No, damn it. I think I'm too early in the. Yeah. Oh well. That was a hope. I think I'm just too early in the request cycle to try to actually get the, like, pull out this information nicely and easily. I don't want to move it later, although that would be ideal. I think the first thing I'm going to do is this. See if that fixes that. Okay. It's not there. Where's my... I want to get rid of the word customer first. So all I'm going to do is just be able to say, okay, give me the first parameter, like give me the first thing in this URL, and that's the ID. I don't want to do, work to define that information. I just want to say, just give me whatever's in your thing. Just give me that first thing, and then I'll go. Okay. Refresh this page. Open up in a new window. Good. All right. So now it's correctly getting that as the first ID. Yeah, and it doesn't have that still, right? Just trying. one last desperate attempt to just have Laravel do this for me. So that way I don't have to. All right. Okay. Fine. So we'll break apart the URL a little bit, which I actually think already host helper is doing for me. In host helper, I'm actually. This is just a little helper function that I have, or a helper class that takes the entire URL, blows it apart, gives me the full host and all that information. Yeah, checks if it starts with www. So I can just, I'm going to write it in here. I think I'll write it right here. Just what do I call this? Just, path. And do I have the full host in here? What do I have? Let's take that again. I'm going to pass in the full request. Now I'm going to change this a little bit. Host helper just takes in the entire request. We'll now go in here, and this will do get host. You're not a string anymore, you're a request. I think it's an HTTP. Oh, no. That should take care of all that stuff, but now I have the full request inside of here, and I can get the path. Let's get path. All right, so should just die and dump the full path if I did everything correctly. Get path doesn't exist. That might exist because get path in here doesn't exist. I'm using the wrong. ESD. I think that's the wrong. It might just be path. Yeah. Path. Or is it a string? Might actually just be the string. Path. Oh, yeah, you're right. I did. Let me pull that up. Yeah, alright, what the hell is it called? Brain is not working. Path info. Can I answer that? I don't think I can get. Oop, there we go. Alright. That's what I need. Yeah, I called it, right? Info. There we go. Hello. All right. Now that'll dump the path. The path out. I can explode it here. So I'm just gonna do return explode slug. Say. Not returning void. You're returning array. Alright, that should blow it up for me, give me the whole path. Really wish I could type. One of those things I think is beneficial. Yes. Okay. So, ooh, why is that coming up blank? That's interesting. What did I forget? Oh, it's because the host starts with, or the path starts with a slash, right? Fairly certain it starts with that. Yeah, it probably starts the returned. Yeah, slash. So, um, tr. This is one of those string functions I can just do to like remove first of something. Uh, yeah, thank you. Ltrim, and then I give it the right strip off the that guy. I think that'll work, and then the string is the path. Nope, nope, that didn't do it. What'd I do? Oh, well, you know what I should do, actually? I shouldn't even do this here. Should be putting this up here. This is probably the better spot to dump it. I'll just actually no, I did it backwards. That's what I did too. I want to specifically there we go. I think the Ltrim is good. Just I think filter would be a little bit slower, but yeah. Yeah, I can never remember parameter order. I remember when I first started writing PHP like 3,000 years ago, parameter order was always, it's still an issue, but it was like, you know, this was like the transition from PHP 4 to 5 stuff. And even back then I was just like, I must just be an idiot. I don't understand. I always get these pathing orders wrong. And that's when I finally started, like, I was like, I gotta look into this once and for all and get this order correct. And then I saw that like it's like needle, haystack, haystack, needle. Everything is backwards and different depending on what it is. And I'm like, okay, so I'm never going to learn this, and I'm just not even gonna try. I'll just look it up every time. And I distinctly remember like at some point in my past being like, ah yes, I'm never going to remember this correctly. Uh and then just keeping that as my like whatever. Uh, yeah, exactly. Okay, so all right, so that's returning now the path correctly. Good, we can get out of there. Get path is going to, again, a little hard codey for the moment in time, but by customer ID, I should actually create that query. So get by customer ID. This model where what are we on actually? So we are in the customer. So okay, so I should be able to just say, oh, I'm on the, oh no, I'm in the wrong spot. This is not where I'm supposed to be. I'm into, yeah, no, not there. This is the lookup repository. So I'm actually using the lookup table to do all this. So lookup queries. I might already have this. Get slug, get domain, get by workspace ID. Close enough. Get by customer ID. First or fifth. There we go. So then now it will do this. Should have our customer at this point in time. It'll disconnect. It'll connect to the customer database, which is what I needed to do. It obviously won't merge the domain because it's not a custom domain. It, this actually won't make sense either. Yeah, see, in this case, I'm just grabbing the first lookup or the first workspace ID, which worked fine for just the testing purposes, but now this will not. This won't necessarily fly. Let's see that. Let's see it break. Okay, no, it's just grabbing the first of everything, which is not ideal, but we are there. All right. Look up queries. So, okay, it got through all that. And it's now actually in. So that hi there came from settings, if I remember correctly. Yep. So it's grabbing the customer ID again, grabbing all this information, and it's getting all the workspaces. Let's see what happens. Ooh, nice. I like that. A white screen. All right. Let's see where that is. So this looks like it's probably a breakdown inside of view. Nope, let's go to the console. View is like, what are you doing? Error created, cannot find module customer settings. Oh, okay, yeah. That would make sense. Actually, surprisingly, the white screen does tell me, it at least tells me the error is no longer in PHP. So there's at least that. It's something. All right. So this error is just simply caused because it's trying to go to it can't find the page, which I think makes sense. So settings, this is now in, pull this up. Rebase customer settings. So it should be, so the way the page works, it should be mirrored in the JavaScript directory. Pages, base. Okay, so that's the issue. There, put you there. That should take care of that. Boom. There we go. So now it's off of the. It's correctly in the correct spot. Thanks. Hey, listen, I feel like when you're programming, you have to just be like, oh, you take you look at error screens a lot, so you're either gonna hate yourself for being like a quote unquote bad programmer, or you're just gonna be like, this is just the way it is. It's at least my way of thinking about it. All right, cool. So that's been moved now. So now this is off the member URL or the workspace URL. So now I should be able to click back here, and it breaks. Oh, now I'm on that. Ooh, all right. So I didn't think about that. Crap. All right, so I don't have the right slug. And that's mostly I don't need that. What I do there. That actually I think makes some sort of sense, because I don't think I'm doing anything with slugs in the. Yeah, I'm not doing anything with slugs inside of the routes directory. So let me go back into where is it? Workspace route. So while I'm changing the namespace, I'm not actually taking in the. Oh no, that's yeah. Let me grab the domain. I think that'll be what I need to do here. Fudge. Okay. Nope, I can't do this. Can't do that. Don't do that. Nope, 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 nope. Okay. This does make sense what it's doing. And it makes sense for a multitude of reasons. And I have to rethink how you get out of this section now. Okay, so first things first, this, just from a UX perspective, this settings button has got to move, and I think I'm going to move it up here into this thing. The reason why is that if this sidebar is contextual for the content that's in here, or if it's contextual for the workspace that you are in, which is what I just tried to do. I tried to click into dashboard and it sent me to my. That's where the error is actually coming from. How do I explain this in a way that makes sense to myself too? Okay. Settings is on a different domain. None of these things, it's on its separate subdomain. It's on that subdomain, the my dot thing. What was I expecting to happen when I clicked dashboard? I'm not on any of my workspaces, so that shouldn't work. So by the time I get to this settings page, this sidebar needs to be something different, which would just be for the settings. Then if I need to go back to if I need to go to a workspace, I have to click a link and then kind of tell the system I want to go to this workspace. So this looks like it doesn't make sense. It looks like I'm like, oh, it should just redirect you back to wherever you were, but it really shouldn't. This is actually the correct thing. I just need to move this. So this guy has to move out of here, which means, yeah, we got to jump into view and make a couple of changes here, because this is right. The system is doing the right thing. Let me put it like that. The system is definitely doing the right thing. I'm doing the wrong thing, or I just have like an inconsistent expectation here. Like, you wouldn't want to see all these things. These things make sense for the context of the workspace you're in, not for where I am right now in the customer settings. Okay. At least I can justify it to myself. If nothing else, it's good to be able to justify your things to yourself. But yeah, I think that's right. So it just UX wise, this has got to move, and these links have to go away. These links have to totally go away. Then you'd click here, you'd click, okay, I want to jump into a workspace, or right here, click that and take you to that workspace. All right. So how do I do that? Great question. Let's take this out of here first. Now we should go into secondary. All right, secondary nav, that's where, okay. So here's my secondary nav information, which is just logging me out of everything. Switch profile, switch workspaces, my profile, and whatever else. Let's go in there. You're not showing anything. Oh, this is the wrong page. It's got to be in my action menu. Let me look at sidebar. Admin page? Ah, here we go. Okay, so I use this. I have a view component that I call action menu. An action menu is the thing that does that has that drop down thingy. So I stopped using anymore. So this is a link. Oh, I just put that there so I can copy it. Action link. this is route. There we go. Okay, so now if you click on here, that will take you to the customer settings. Yeah, all right, that's good. And I'm gonna dump the secondary nav because I don't need this. I don't think I'm using this. Trash. I'll find out in a second if I'm using it. Nope, not good. All right. All right. So we move that to the out of there. I think I actually need a new page, a new template for this. This would probably be a completely different template with completely different sidebar navigation, which kind of has all your other stuff in it. So this would be, oh, if I go here, let's look at that. Oh, I have that somewhere. Yeah, okay. So that's these ideas here. So this is kind of like the URL structure I saw for this, which is essentially getting into your customer or getting into your settings, getting into your members, like being able to view all the members across all your workspaces, creating new workspaces, archiving them, doing all that stuff. So these are the links that I'm seeing that have to be on this page. So yeah, so this is a completely new sidebar based on where you are, which I should potentially just change the page in some other way. This would be where I'm going to need a little bit of, I'll probably need some sort of designer to give me some sort of visual indication that you're in some like a different section. Yeah, so we're like in the admin of the admin section now. So it just, again, if you don't, because this would probably make a little bit better sense if you see the database structure for a second here. So let's just look at this. So this is like my customer section. So this is like the shared database that everybody's access to. So you can see these are all the different people that I have currently, or all the different customers that are active in my system. But then if you go into a particular workspace, you can see that, or a particular customer database, you can see that they have multiple workspaces. So this is personal space 012, which correlates to all this thing. So this is like this table here, and all this information is specific to, well, actually the members are like global to the customer database or to the whole thing. You can have multiple workspaces. It's a little complex. I should probably draw it one day so I can explain it better to people. But each customer can have multiple workspaces, and every member can be a member of, or every user can be a member of any workspace under that customer. Yeah, that's right. So yeah. No, every workspace, so every customer has a single database. So each individual customer, if they had 10 workspaces, all their workspaces would be housed in one database. But two different customers have two different databases. Yeah, let me pull that up. So, okay. If you look at this right now, if you look at the shared database, you see that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 customers. And if I go to here and you see, just if I type in, you can see I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 individual databases. So these 5 databases correlate to each different customer that I have, plus the shared database. So think of it like, I think this is sort of kind of what Slack does. Um, that was kind of the inspiration for the whole idea. It was like you could have like 10 different Slack um, accounts, and they're all kind of sort of separate. But if you had like if you put them all in, they're all there's some under the same workspace and some under the same customer. So that was kind of my thinking for this whole thing. I'll draw it out eventually. um, but yeah, so okay. So now that we're in the admin of the admins, we're in the customer admin portal section. This has got to be a little bit different. Maybe I'll change the color on this for now. But this is where I need like a UX person to kind of come in and say, yeah, change the color, do something different, put something there. That makes them know that they're in a different spot. All right. And oh no, I'm out of coffee. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'll take this will be my first commercial break. I'm gonna just pause for a minute, go get some more coffee. I'll be back in like 5 minutes or so. Um, I'll make it. What time is it now? 11. I'll make it 10 minutes. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Now, hey, Techo, thank you so much for watching. I appreciate it. Yeah, so I'm going to pause this stream for a few minutes. Please do. Thank you very much, and thank you for watching. Thank you. I really appreciate you being here. So if you're watching later, this is going to be a little bit of a break. You can just scrub away in YouTube or wherever. But I'll be back shortly, I think. Hey, and we're back. All right, so um, it was 12 minutes and I forgot everything. I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. But if you're just joining up again, or if you're just joining me, my name is Joe, and today I am working on this multi-tenant, multi-database, Laravel, and Vue.js, Inertia.js application. What I just did before, I took my little break there, was that we moved everything, not everything, I moved the customer settings page off of your subdomain and moved it onto this my dot subdomain. The reason for doing that is because a customer can have, I gotta open up Sketch for a minute here because there's no way to make this make sense to anybody, I think, other than myself, unless I have a picture of this. So let's, for a minute here, I'm gonna just use this. I'm gonna use a rectangle. Here is just the kind of the quick architecture of what I got going on here. Pop that up. So this is like the shared database. T shared. So this is the shared database that everybody kind of connects to. This has the customer information. This has all the other information on it, like all the lookup tables for your slugs and all that stuff. Everybody instantly connects to this database when they join a site. The one particular customer, if you are a customer on this site, you are going to have kind of like the bigger database. And this big database here this is the customer database. So if I T, so I do an arrow here. I don't remember how to do this stuff. L. You can think of it more, kind of like that, right? Where there's there's one shared database and all these other customer databases kind of around it, orbiting around this thing. So the customer database can have unlimited number of what I call workspaces. So what the hell is that? R. Nope. T. Never remember. So customer database has, workspace 1, workspace 2, and yeah, so it's kind of like this, right? So there's this shared thing, then there's this customer database which has multiple workspaces. Your workspaces would be your individual applications. Inside of here is also where your users live. So T1, user 2, user 3. And I'm not going to draw these lines because it'll just start to get ridiculous. But all these users, they have a many-to-many relationship with the workspaces inside of here. So you can have as many, each workspace can have any or all or none of these users. That's the whole setup. That's the way this thing kind of sort of works in a haphazard, really bad sketch drawing. Yeah, I want to save this. Okay, so that's just kind of what the whole system was set up, and that's how it works. So when you go to connect to the database, or when you go to look at your shared information, you shouldn't be looking at that on a particular slug, particular URL. So in this case, I have 3 URLs with my name. I don't want, I shouldn't be on Joe Sanflone 1 and looking at all the customer data for everybody. That just doesn't make any sense. So I needed to move that up. So I moved that up into this my dot, whatever your site name is. So my.rebase.test/customer ID/settings. Move that information over to here now, so you can get to that through this link, which will take you to my, and that broke, quote unquote, the sidebar navigation, because now instead of being at workspace dot, we're at my dot. So how do we get back? That's the question. But that led to the idea that, oh no, this isn't broken. That's correct. This is totally doing the right thing. When you're in the customer settings section, you need to be moved into like a different URL page, and you're going to have totally different navigation. The navigation doesn't make sense to be the same, like here's your members, here's your this, here's your that. Like, no, this has to be different. So what I need to do now is make a different page that is like the customer admin page, as opposed to this page right now, which is the workspace admin page. I know it sounds a little weird, but I think this all makes sense in my head. But now let's just kind of go through this and move these things around a little bit. Drink more of my coffee. The coffee will necessitate breaks. That's kind of the thinking in my mind. All right, so we're correctly connected to, at this moment in time, the workspace. We need a new page around this. So this pages are created via Vue.js and Inertia. I have, right now we're in this admin page. So this is an admin page. I have the template is kind of like the whole template system here is like nested in here. So I have this workspace.vue file, which is my very super generic template for everything. The only thing this has, it has portals for the overlays and drop downs to make sure everything pops up, and it has my toast for my error messages that live in there. And then there's just a slot that dumps everything else inside of that. When you connect to a page, like if we look at the dashboard.vue, you see this pulls in both the workspace and the admin page itself. And this admin page is essentially a component that has the nav information and then all of the other, kind of information around it. So what I think I'm going to do now, and then the dashboard template itself looks, it has the title inside of here. It has the identity section, which is like that little navigation at the top right hand corner, and then these are the sidebar pieces and all the and all that stuff. So I think the changes that I'm going to make here. Okay, so what I think I'm going to do, not what I think I'm going to do, what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to pull some of this information out of here and put it into the workspace. That'll give us at least, because this is definitely all shared content. So there's admin page, which would probably be renamed something else, but customer page. Let's just call it that for a moment. Everything is basically the same. So, I mean, there's obviously going to be differences between these two sections, but the differences are not so great that, yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, the differences really are, the differences are right now navigational. But I believe a UX person would want to do potentially some other changes. I could see a person, I can make an argument for there being at least just a slight UX UI difference for these pages. So right now, while it may be redundant to have two pages that are fairly identical, I'm going to keep it. We'll move some things around, but I want to yeah, tricky. See, because it's just kind of funny, like the page, like the way the page is structured makes sense when you just have this one thing, but yeah, okay. All right, so we're in admin page. Let's go look at the workspace view again. I'm going to pop that over here. You see everything lives inside of this slot right now. And if we go like that, let's look at the admin page here. So all of this information from this section all the way down to the other end of the section plunks down into this slot. That's how the components nest inside of each other inside of Vue. This is Vue 2, not Vue 3, if anybody's wondering. I'm not doing any Vue 3 stuff yet. I started this project pre-Vue 3, being like completely available. It was I think it had just started in the betas when I was kind of futzing around with this to begin with, so I didn't want to like just switch over to view 3 because I didn't know if it was going to be, you know, stable, or I didn't know how many changes we're going to have to make. So there's still, but so this is all view 2 stuff. I will eventually switch this up to view 3, I think, maybe not. But for now, view 2. All right, so oh gosh, how do I want this to work? And let's look at the dashboard page too. Now let's look at the settings page, because that's actually the page where it makes wrong settings. So you can see this is a settings page itself. This is the content that comes in. Here's how it pulls in the admin page. Then we have the template for the header, template for the body. So if I just change this right now to customer page, everything will work the same because I just copied it over, but I made no material changes to the thing. What I'm trying to figure out though is what data should I pull out of it? What's the ideal? So ideally, I think see, because I don't want to pull the navigation out completely because I want to keep that in that page. Okay. This is silly. But right now what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this to customer page. Down to the bottom. Go all the way back up to the top. Up. Save that. That should still all work identically. Identically? Boom. All right, good. Now let me go into customer page.view. This is fine. I'm going to leave that there. What I'll probably do is make some of these things components. So like this will probably become like the identity component. And then, you know, this, so see this sidebar right now is the sidebar for, yeah, that's how I'm going to do this. Okay, good. I've kind of worked myself through this in my head. Now this makes sense to me. So I'm going to kind of make some extra components that are going to be shared between all of these different items. Or basically between customer page and admin page. Then from there, I can customize them as needed. Or add new ones. So for like this one right here, this could just become a logo thing if I wanted to. It's just text. I'm not going to put that in a logo for right now. But this section, the identity section here, this definitely needs to become a component because this is used in both places, and I don't want to have to make 2 changes or 3 changes or 10 if I get to that point. You never know. All right. So what I really want is I'm going to call this page identity. Yeah, let's put that back. Where's this going to go? This is going to go into, pop that up, go into resources, JavaScript, pages. Nope, not pages, components. No, I should be. I'll put it in the template section for now, and I'm going to call these, I have a section called page components. So the way I kind of break everything down in my JavaScript is I have these big folders. So the big folders are components, data, and pages. Data is most likely just like constants and things that like just pieces of data that I have to pass around somewhere. So in this case right here, the only thing that's in here at the moment in time are the states of the United States, because nobody wants to like, they don't change. Like it's not, we might add Puerto Rico one day as a state, but like it's not, you know, I say they don't change as if like 2020 hasn't, you know, this could one day be like 6 different countries. I don't know. But as of right now, this list is not changing. So okay. So you have so I have data. That's like just like things that need to be passed everywhere. That's where that goes. Then I have components, and components are just your like things that go on pages, right? So here's my little form components for my editors, for my form fields, for my form input boxes, my buttons, yada yada yada. Actions is my like that action menu thing that I have right here. These are like all of this is like all the stuff that's needed to make the action menu work. The next thing is this. So okay, so those are like global-ish components that could be used and should be used, put on anywhere in particular on the site. There's no issue where it goes. Then there's templates. These are mostly used for page templates. So there's like the global templates like workspace, and then like there's these these little bit next level specific templates, which is like the customer page and the admin page. And then there's page specific components. So these are components that you can't use them, like they don't make sense. They're like, they don't make sense anywhere else but on a particular page. Like you're not going to use the sidebar component like you're seeing here anywhere else but the main template. Or like it has to be in some sort of page. It's not going to be in anything else. So that's what this idea here is. So actually I don't think I used that main navigation one. Yeah, I use sidebar, not main navigation. All right, so there we go. Okay. So what I want to do is I want to create a page component called identity, and that's going to be this thing right here. So for now, I'm going to just copy sidebar, and I'm going to go IDENT. I don't know if identity navigation makes the best word, but that's what I'm using for now. All right, so identity navigation is there. It doesn't need that. So I need to go into my admin page, and this is the section for identity. Wait. Yeah, I'm gonna do it like this. Identity that. Page. Drop these things here. Action menu. Link. Action button. That'll So inside customer page, now we drop in, I can get rid of this action menu from here, and I can just call this identity menu. I-D-E-N-T-I-T-Y. I should have picked a word that I can spell. Nope, I didn't call it menu. Jeez. I should have picked two words I can spell. And I don't think I need that sidebar anymore in there. Do I? Oh, no, I do. Okay. Well, that's going to change eventually too, but for right now, import E-O-R-T. Holy God. This is coming from the same page components folder. Drink some coffee. Identity navigation. There's there. So this page should look, that should work, that should show up. Customer settings, profile, switch workspace, and log out. Perfect. So that's good for there. Now I can take that and I can also put that into the page admin. Oh, I already have that there. That's not going to work yet. Yeah, it's not going to work. I can get rid of that. Customer page. What's broken there? Oh, div tag. Ah. Okay, that should take care of that. All right. So that still works there. If I'm going to log out for a moment and yeah, all right. So the redirect is going to have to be fixed also. Okay, so we go to the login. I want to just log in at password 123. Okay, so we're logged in correctly here. So we're logged into a URL. I see the same things here. This is what I want to see there. Good. And now if I go to customer settings, it should redirect to breaking. All right. Why did that break? What broke? All right, hold on. Before we go there, let's just make sure this is all okay at the moment in time. So now we have sidebar nav, and I want to change sidebar nav. So before we do anything else, I'm going to change the name of this from sidebar to workspace sidebar. I think that makes the best sense. Yes, I know that's going to break. I am in workspace sidebar. One, two, three. probably broke in 2, right? I broke this in several places, I think. Where else did I break this? Can't resolve sidebar in customer page. Okay, that's fine. So what I did was I just changed the workspace nav, workspace sidebar here in the admin template, which is what I want. Now I'm going to copy this again, drop this in. I'm going to change the name to customer admin sidebar. And customer admin sidebar is going to just be what for now? Nothing. So dump that out, go to customer page, and then change this to customer sidebar there, go back in here, sidebar. There's probably a higher level component to all of this, like with this nav thing I'm seeing, but for right now, I think this is okay. Where's it breaking? Can't find customer sidebar. I didn't call it customer sidebar, called the customer admin sidebar. There we go. Okay. Now here, we got that. And go there and it says my rebase.test. That's broken for the moment, but that's okay. So there's no JavaScript errors now. So this allows us, before I go and fix that issue, I want to just put a pin in this, make sure it's done. So we now have 2 separate navigation areas in terms of for the workspace, for the sidebar. So I have workspace or customer workspace sidebar, which will allow us to have all the different whatevers we need there, navigation-wise, links and stuff. We have the same identity nav, which makes sense because it's always the same thing. And I'm calling this identity nav. My reason for that was because it actually shows your email address and probably your photo or something in there. So that's like, this is like navigation under your identity, which would allow you to switch workspace, and that's custom to you, your profile custom to you, customer settings custom to you also. And whether you can even see that, it's going to be custom to you. Okay, so everything here is in the right position, I believe. Now, click on this guy. Why isn't that working? It is bloop, going back here. So there seems to be, let's do this. Something going on. Nope, didn't want to look at the accessibility, but that's fine. Console. Uncaught in promise network error. Just a network error? Oh, is cross origin is going to be getting me here? That shouldn't be too much of an issue. I opened it up in a new link with no problem. Okay. So it doesn't like, yeah, so all right, this is a cross origin thing. I'll have to figure that out. That I think it might be a little bit of a rabbit hole. So I don't want to do that right now. I want to just focus on the fact that these 2 things are working. I could just do that where I open it up in a new window too. That's probably not that big of a deal. Anywho, we're in now. You see the my.rebase and your customer ID /settings. So that did take us there. That does work. Okay, so now we need to figure out what the heck is going to be in this sidebar and then make some changes to the rest of this page. I don't even know if this thing will work anymore. Let's see if this works real quick. Yeah, no, it's blown up. Okay. All right. So yeah, we got to fix a bunch of stuff on this page to get it to work correctly. But that's good. This means we're getting somewhere. So there's nothing for right now. I think I'm going to leave this sidebar blank as just an indication to myself that we're in the separate section. So I have like, here's the sidebar with the stuff in it. Here's the sidebar without the stuff in it. So that'll at least be a visual indication to myself that we're in a different place. So that way I'm not going like back and forth trying to figure out what the hell I'm doing. Okay. So let's just hook up these things to make them actually functional again. Go back to that workspace sidebar. Good. So it looks like I don't even need this connect to customer thing. This is something I was thinking I might need, but it looks like I don't need that at all. Everything seems to be okay. I say seems. I'm going to leave this for, I'm just going to comment this out. I'm not going to get rid of this thing until I know for a fact I don't need it, but it's looking like I don't. All right. This repository process forget. I don't know why that's open. For now, this is going to stay owner. Sorry, I was playing around with those names. Let me just change those back. Okay. Customer settings. So we are getting the customer. We are getting the customer with the customer ID because it's actually showing everything correctly. We're able to, so everything here is working. I'm just not showing all this information yet. So we are able to get all the repository, all the workspaces, the customer information with their invoice data is popping in correctly. And we are getting obviously the customer with their subscription data showing up. That's how we get the billing address. And there's no card at this moment in time, which is why it's just doing this. So all this stuff is working correctly. Now I need to show what? What the heck do I need to show? No, I want that page to work. All right, so in order to get that, all right, I had a momentary lapse. All right, so billing address. I want to get the billing address editing to work. So, okay, let's go back over to, oops, customer routes. I have them commented out right now. So, okay, this is the route that I need. It's got to be the customer ID. Update and then type. So the type that's getting updated is the customer address. So I think I just say update address and then that should take care of everything. Base customer. This might just work. I think I might have to move some stuff. Let me see where the no, I gotta move. Customer. All right. So when we do, so I gotta change the namespace. Customer update. That's gonna do that. Yeah, I mean, all this does is pretty simple stuff here. It grabs a type, which right now I'm just saying is just address. So if type is address, it's just gonna grab the correct information out of here, validate it, make sure it's correct, and then send it to the factory, which does the update based on the ID. And we're getting the customer ID from the request, which I don't need to now because I can actually just get it off of the customer ID. I guess I'm setting it there. It's really not the end of the world if I don't use it. What happened? Oh, okay. So repository sending to the factory, which is the update on the ID, customer ID, the validated data. This is the validated data that comes in. Let's go back to the customer. Customer ID set. So taken care of there. But I do need to go into the view and make that change. So that is settings.view. I'm gonna have to probably futz with some of these naming conventions too, because they're not gonna. That's not gonna work for me. Okay. Mailing address methods. Here's the route. So this is routing to the customer update with the type of address, but I'm also going to have to send in the customer ID. So that has to come in first. I think this uses I don't remember how to don't remember how to do this in Ziggy. Now I gotta look Ziggy up real quick to get the correct parameter. What is this? Ziggy. I totally don't remember what the functions are for this. So it's like route. Oh, okay. You can do it either. You can do it any way. Okay. I wonder if it'll just. I'm gonna do it with an array. And this should be page dot props dot off dot user dot customer ID. Let's inspect. Page not defined. All right, that's just me getting the name of the thing wrong. View inertia pages dot no page. Yeah, page dot props. This dot page probably. Edit. Update. Yep, that worked. There we go. So address updated. Let's see if it actually took it. You see I made a jumble of stuff. If I refresh. Good. Okay. Edit. Even longer jumble of stuff. Updates. Awesome. Okay, cool. So that all worked. So really all I had to do there was just update this guy, just the route to make this whole thing work. All right. So that's sending correctly that information there. Let's dump out the invoices on the screen too. And then when we're done dumping out the invoices, we'll, I think, put some other information on this page. So this is kind of useful to the, obviously the user. So the user comes in, they're like, when the hell did I pay last? When is my next payment date? Like that's the information I think they're going to want to see when they come here. Like when am I scheduled to pay this thing? How do I cancel? How do I close things? So, all right. So we'll do that through. Well, let's drop the invoices on the page. So this is the. Oh. Customer invoices are right there. Base/customer show invoice. Probably need to move. Show invoice, yeah. This guy's got to go there to here. And I'm going to just delete that now too. That can go away. So that's gone. So show invoice. Let's change the namespace. Namespace is now correct. So all this does is it just grabs the customer with the subscription again, which I may not even need to do that here. Oh no, I do, because this is a different. Yeah. I was going to say I already technically have it, but this is a completely different page that we're going to, so I don't necessarily have it. Get the string customer ID one more time. Customer ID. Get the customer. We download the invoice. This is just, if you've not used this before, this is just built into Cashier. I'm using Laravel Cashier here, so this is just pulling in that information and it's setting your company name and your company product, which I should put into my env variables so that way it correctly grabs your customer information out of there. Let's get this working, and then I'm going to drop that stuff into my envs. Okay, so invoice. Invoice settings, grab them all. Okay, I gotta go to settings.view. Settings.view should have a link for this now somewhere. All right, I have my invoices right there. just have to drop them somewhere. Where the hell am I gonna put them? That's the next question. Let's just throw them. I'm gonna just throw them in a content group right under the card details. Content groups are these little blocks right here. These are called content groups, and they just basically they consist of a title and then content under them. They do have the ability to be editable, which means it'll take these fields and turn them into editable fields like this. This is the same content group, but I just don't allow this content to be edited. Therefore, the edit features go away. So, and the same thing goes with this card details right here. So this card details will be editable, but it's not editable now because it doesn't have the view for what a content editable group should look like. So it doesn't know what it should flip to. So I'm going to set this to just a content group, no editing, and this will be invoices. Maybe your invoices. What I need more than, it's two things I always feel like I need. First one is a writer who can actually, like a copywriter who could tell me how I should word these things, because even though I'm only one person, I always feel like the stuff I write on the page has like 6 disjointed voices. So it's just something about myself. Like and it may not sound that way to other people, but to me, it always feels like everything I write on a page is just written by like a schizophrenic maniac who has a slight grasp of the English language. Maybe that's not true to other people, but that's the way it looks to me. All right, so UL's here, and then I'm going to do list items, and this is going to be a v4 invoice. No, we can just do invoice. In invoices, key equals, I think I have an ID on here, so I could just say invoice.id. Invoice dot name. I actually don't know. I gotta look at this and see what the heck data I have in here because I don't remember. Let's go over to, it should be a link of some sort, right? Link. So yeah, your invoices. This user doesn't have any invoices, so it would make sense that it wouldn't show anything either. But let's get what the hell data is coming in. So let's look at settings.php real quick. Invoices in it is an array. Map it. Let's go over here. Customer filters. Map invoice data. This is my little map that's just taking an ID, a link, the total, and the invoice date. Oh, I hydrate the link here. I didn't even realize I do that. Okay, so I'm gonna have to pass in some other information to this. I think you could do an array inside of here. Oh, we have to pass in the customer ID. Oh wait, no, I have the whole customer right here. I don't need that. Never do that. This model invoices. So by calling this, I'm actually using the. Hey, thanks, Robert. I appreciate it. Okay, so I have the model already. Yeah, so the model has what on there? Invoice ID. Yeah, I don't know. Do I have the? Now I got to look it up real quick. Okay, so I'm pulling in the. Okay, that is the customer. Sweet. So that's the full customer that I'm grabbing right there. So that's gonna be the full customer model that I'm filtering on. The way my filters work, just so you understand this, there's the like. I probably should change the name. I don't know. It's not really a filter, but I always think of it as like filtering the data that I have. So it's like this is where I do like any mappings or each or whatever type of information off of all of the content here. That I have. So I already get something back, and then I'm either doing something to a collection or to a specific model. So that's what this is doing. So I'm kind of filtering down this data. So I already have the customer model, which already has all the stuff on it right there, and then I'm just mapping the invoice data. That's what this is. That's how this whole thing kind of works. So that means I can go here. So the model is the customer. And then I can, and I'm actually saying by saying ID here, I'm actually using the same ID. All right, so yeah, invoice total, invoice date. Oh, because I'm all right. Okay, I see. So I should be able to say then this ID, and that should take care of that. Okay, so when I have an invoice, I'll have an ID, the link, the total, and the invoice date already on that data. So inside of update settings view page. So inside of here, I can say invoice ID. That's that. And then I can say link. So this should be just let's just grab the total for right now. I want to just put something on the screen. There's nothing that's going to be there, but I can just say invoice.total. Again, this will not work here because I have no invoice at this moment in time. So let's go and get an invoice. How do I do that? I'm going to just log out. This will break everything for a minute. That's fine. And I'm going to just register a new site. So the site I'm going to register is foobar.rebase.test. It's going to check to make sure it's good. Ooh, it's going to throw 409. That was not expected. But it worked anyway. I don't like that. What's the conflict? Ooh, crap. All right, I'll have to figure that out. But it took me here, so let's do this first. I got this thing on my brain. Let's figure this out first. All right, so personal information, foobar, show at foobar.com, 123, foobar, east, foobar. Where do we go? We live in Delaware. That's 912. Sure, that's a Delaware thing. Let's pay $80 a month, and let's put in my credit card number, which is not my credit card number. 22, 123. I'm going to agree to the services, terms of that, yada, yada, yada. Okay, good. So we're now going to pay. All done. Check your email. Oh, I didn't turn on my Homestead SSH. So it says all done. It's not all done. It actually didn't do anything yet because this runs through events to actually set up this thing. So let's go to sites, projects, rebase, PHP, artisan, horizon. So now that'll trigger horizon, that will actually run everything that's been that's in the queue. So create new customer. This is spinning up the database itself. So we created the database. Now it sent an email, or it's processing the email, and it processed the email. All right, good. So now I can go to Mailtrap. And I'm going to have to log in. So in order to log in, I'm going to block my screen for a minute. I don't actually think I need to do this, but I don't remember my passwords and stuff, so I may have to pop up LastPass to do this. Nope, I don't. There we go. Woohoo! Okay, back in here. So this is Mailtrap. I can go to Rebase. Click on this guy here. Come on, go in there. All right. So now we can actually, yes, you can see foobar.rebase.test. I can go to login. Yes, I know. Risk is acceptable because it's just local. Show at foobar.com. Password 123. Password 123. My super secret password. All right, now we can log in. So now we're good. Foobar.com. Password 123. Log in. Don't save. Okay, just if you haven't seen this before, what's going on here? I created a whole new website or a whole new application basically, and that spins up a brand new database, and I allow the user to onboard. And what is onboarding? It kind of depends on whatever your application is and does. Maybe this is a video that you want always to show, which is, oh, welcome to our site. You could do blah, blah, blah. You know, maybe this is like a wizard that kind of takes them through stuff that does different things, whatever. For us right now, it's just onboarding. And you go here, and then you just have to complete the onboarding. This activates the entire site. You are now active, and you can actually go and do all of your stuff. So that's the whole kind of create new activation process thing. Okay. So now we are in Foobar. Close that one out. I'll leave that open just in case I need to do anything more in there. So we're in Foobar correctly. Now let's go into our refresh. Did I just log out? I think I just logged. Oh, I'm in the wrong. Go here. Now I'm in foobar. There we go. That was an old version of the site I had up. Go into customer settings. This is probably gonna click into customer settings. Yes. Advanced. Accept the risk. Okay, customer filters, ID. Okay, this is fine. This is basically it's saying, hey, your route is invalid here. Okay. Good. Boo-boo. Go back to map invoices. Customer.show.invoice. So it needs the customer ID and the invoice ID. So that's the two things. So I think I'm just using the route, the Laravel route function incorrectly. I don't remember if you have to, okay, yeah, see, you have to pass in the parameters. So anything more than one, you have to kind of pass in the name of it, which I guess makes sense. Okay, so I can then say customer ID is this, invoice ID that. That should, take care of that. Or not. All right, what don't you like now? Custom filters ID. You just don't like filters ID. Oh, do I have to pass this into here? I didn't think so with... I might need to. I guess that would make sense because I'm saying this in context of what? So let me do this instead. First, before I go even further, let's make sure that this is the correct customer ID. Oh, wait. This ID definitely doesn't make sense, but this model ID may make sense. All right, so that definitely worked, but now it's missing something. Okay, missing parameter for route customer invoice URI customer ID. Oh, which one are you missing? So that's this. That's what's probably missing here. Okay, so we're gonna say customer ID. This model ID. That should be the ID. Now I can go over here and say use ID. Or it'll still be missing. What the hell is missing? All right. Can't get an invoice ID? That doesn't really make any sense. It's got the invoice ID. Okay, so let's go look at our... Doing something wrong with in Laravel here? Route profile, comma, ID, photo. Yeah, okay. That's... That looks right. Customer ID. Did I just spell invoice wrong? Because that's probably more correct what I did. Customer update. Oh, okay. No, this is customer update. It's show invoice. Okay. Let's look at our routes. Invoice ID, customer ID. Wait. That might just be a Ziggy issue. And not an issue, more of just like, that's me not rerunning Ziggy. Nope, it's still customer ID. What am I missing? Thought I had that route. This is definitely one of those like silly things. I'm missing something that I'm just not seeing here, especially since the invoice ID is right there and the customer ID is right there. And it's failing here. This is definitely. Oh, okay. For giggles, let's make sure that that's where it's actually. Like, I want to see that that's where it's failing. Okay, good. So that is indeed where it's failing. But you can see two things here. One, you can see the credit card number right there now, and the invoice. So you can see that there is totally an invoice here. What happens if I go? Let's go here for a moment. No. Let's do this. Parameters. Let me scroll way up. Oops. URLs for named routes. Do not correspond to the route's definition. Parameters will be added to the URL's query string. Okay, so if it doesn't correspond to the route's definition, it adds to the query string, which that makes sense. So I am not doing anything wrong there, as far as I can see. So for giggles, again, let's just go here. I'm going to die and dump the route. Isn't going to work. And that's fine. I'm going to change this out to be I want to see the hydrated route. So I'm cool with it not working. I just want to see what comes out of this fully hydrated thing. Okay. So that's failing here? Is that failing there? Yeah. Okay. Invoice ID. How is it not getting? Hmm. Out. Get that. Am I doing something weird here? Invoice ID? No, everything there is customer ID, invoice ID. Whatever this is, it's totally stupid and my fault. So that much I know. But where this is, why is this? Oops. Okay, let's. I must be doing something weird here that I'm not. Oh, here, all right, log out of this. Artisan list. Oh, what is it? Route list. That's a lot of routes. Let's look at all the routes. Let's do what? Called customer. Show.invoice. So okay, it's getting the correct. All right, I just wanted to make sure that is there another one? Is just on the off chance that I have. Okay, good. It's all the same. All right. Whew. Listen, sometimes you never know. Think everything is good, and then you're like, oh crap, I had 15 routes that are all named the exact same thing. That's why it's broken. All right, no, so that's good. I should make this so that way even myself can read it. There we go. All right. So there's that. I could force it and just not use the route name thing. I gotta dump the autoloader? Maybe, no, that shouldn't be it, but suppose or do you? Let's just do this. I'm kind of out of ideas here. I'm like, oh, I don't see it, anything that's obvious that says, oh, this is a problem. Customer show invoice, customer ID, invoice ID. I'm passing in both parameters. That should just work. So it might just be that it's the dump the autoloader, or am I just using this wrong? I'm reaching a point with the code where I'm like, maybe this isn't me, and I hate that point. Let me explain why. I don't like to believe that there's a good book out there called Pragmatic Programmer. I highly recommend everybody read it. But one of the tenets in the book is that it's not the compiler's fault. which I think is good advice for every programmer in general. Like if anytime you're like, oh, the browser has a bug, like 99.9% of the time, it's not necessarily a bug. It's so there's a problem, like, so, and all of a sudden in my head, if I'm like, there's a problem with Laravel, chances are there's not. Most, like, so, but I'm looking at this line and I can't see, it's literally this route thing. So maybe I'm gonna do a composer update. Maybe something broke in a version and then they fixed it. Maybe I'm just, but there's something here that I'm not seeing because it's literally this one line. But let's do that. Let's do that first. We'll do an update. And again, I can just force it if I need to. You may use the route helper. Yep. So that's the route helper. Do not correspond to the route's definition. Parameters added to the query string. So I gotta change faker. Okay, framework did update, but again, I don't. Yarn watch. Let's see. Nope. Okay, so it's still broken, but again, this is invoice ID. Has the customer ID already, so user. I'm not worried about stat. Okay. So another thing I would potentially do here, but I can't, is I'd probably want to step through this with Xdebug. But Xdebug and Streamlabs OBS make my system go crazy. So right now I'm at like 2.9% CPU usage. If I turned on Xdebug inside of Homestead on this machine right now, it'd be like 35%. So if this was you and you're working at home and you're running into an issue like this, step through it. Just know that the reason why I'm not stepping through this is because I can't. I can't with any certainty that the stream would survive, basically, or my computer. I'd be able to like roast marshmallows on it. Okay, so I'm gonna change the route right now. I want to change this route to just be that invoice for the moment in time. Oh, son of a bitch. I just saw it. Go back. Let's see what happens if I capitalize this D. God damn it, there it is. I knew it was something stupid, and I looked over that line like 100,000 times. All right. There we go, you idiot. Me, not the system. Okay. All right. I always do ID capitalized. I don't know why. It's just been a habit that I've come up with or that I've been using for a while. So whenever it's like word ID, I always do capital ID together. The problem is I don't do that in JavaScript. So sometimes I end up writing ID when I mean ID. So dumb. I'm going to keep that like this though for now because that just makes sense there. Yep, that should be fine, I think, now. All right, that's there, that's there. Boom, boom. Okay, so now we have the ID. Jesus. All right, now I have the link too. So let's do a link to this guy right here. Print. I don't need an inertia link because this is actually just a download. So a href, I'm just gonna do. Invoice.link. There we go. I might need to. Did I save it? I don't know what it is. Oh, I think I'm not running yarn. Yarn large. Let's rerun yarn. Wow. Okay, got an error. What's that error? Oh. There we go. That passed. Download invoice. Now I click this. What happens? Woohoo! Let's just open that with Firefox. Boom. There's your invoice. So there we go. That's good. Oh, I'm paying monthly. That's why I had to pause for a minute and look at this and say, whoa, what just happened there? It's $80 a month. Okay, so that works. That's fine. Let us print out some other information on this screen. So we have our invoice total, download the invoice, and then paid on. I'm going to put right here. Paid on, and then let's put the date. So that's not the name of it though. Let's go to the map filter bit real quick. Invoice dates. There we go. Paid $80 on November 27th. Download the invoice. So we have now a list. This will be a running list every month of all the invoices and the payments and everything in there. Sweet. Oh. Again, see, so just if you're watching this later, see how I started to say, man, maybe this is a Laravel thing, and it was not. This is why that tenant from that book, Pragmatic Programmer, I find it to be almost always correct. It's not the compiler's fault. It's not Laravel's fault. It's not going to be like, don't blame Laravel. It's probably your misunderstanding somewhere first. So always go through your entire thing. I understand why I was starting to reach that point because I couldn't see it, but we like boiled it down to one line, an issue with one line of code where it's like something here is the problem, but I couldn't figure out what. But once we got it figured out, we're good. Hey Nika, yeah, I love Vue. It's very easy to use, and just it works the way my brain works. I don't know why I've tried React. It doesn't stick for some reason to me. Might be that I also hate Facebook, so maybe that has a part to do with it too. But all right, we're good here. This is now good. We have all of our information dumped onto the screen correctly. We have our invoices coming in here. What other information do I want to look? Let's look at our table, our customer table real quick, because shared. So rebase shared. Let's look at our subscription items. No, subscriptions. So this is our customer ID. This is our product name. Stripe status is active. I think what I want, these are our plans. These are all, I don't know if I should be sharing any of this information technically with anybody, like Stripe IDs and stuff like that. Probably not, but this is all like temp, whatchamacallit data. This is all in like test data, so I'm not super concerned about showing this at this moment in time. So there's nothing here that anybody can do anything with. But I'm trying to figure out if, I don't think any of this information is like really secure or needs to be secure anyway. But what am I gonna now do? I want to have a way of showing. Okay, I think what I want to do here is a couple of different things. I want to have, so we have the invoices now, which is great. So now a customer can come in here, and this is a little bit of self-service information, right? Customer can come in, let's say they change their address, they can go in here, they can edit their address. They go in here, they can see all their invoices, they can see when they last paid. Awesome, that's good too. So now I need a way for them to say what? Now I need to do, I guess I should know who the customer is, right? So I want to put customer status, like the customer name and email address up there, like who the account owner is. So we have all that information. If you hear crazy whining in the background, it's my cats. It's apparently WrestleMania time for the cats. They heard me talking about them and they stopped, which is very typical of cats. All right, so yeah, I think I want to put account ownership information on here too. So I want to put the owner's email address and name because that may be different from the person looking at this form. So here's what I'm thinking and why I'm saying that. If you're a company and you bought this product, right, and you're using it, you may be an admin, and maybe like, you know, the CTO is the owner of the product technically. Can you stop? What is this? Yeah. Okay. So if the CTO is the owner, you may want to know that information, so that way when you come in here, you can, like maybe something needs to change, right? Or the owner needs to change, or maybe it's like the division owner is. Why are they doing this? Excuse me. All right. That'll probably stop them for like 30 seconds. So yeah, so I think you want to see the owner information in here too, just so that way you could, like, let's say you go to add a new workspace and you can't, or the credit card expired, the owner might need to be, is probably going to be the only person who could change that. So an admin can come in here and see the invoice and download them, but they can't edit the card details. They can't. So yeah, so you need to be able to call, like, see the owner, and then at your own company you can like email them and say, hey, sorry, we got to change the address here or something, and then they can come in and do that or give you permission or whatever. So yeah, so I want to put the actual owner information up here. Yeah, let's do that here. Card detail. And I'm going to put that atop all of it. Again, not information that can be edited, I don't think. At least not yet. I think editing this information would have to be done by, like, I'm gonna have to probably role base that. So, you know, the owner can edit their own information, but the owner could change who owns the account. But I don't want just any admin coming in there and being like, here you go. All right, hit save. Fresh. Now it should just say account owner details. Okay. So now I gotta just put in what? So it's not me necessarily. In this case, it is the auth user. So I'm the authorized user at this point in time, but I'm the owner. But I'm not always the owner. So I need to be able to go in here and probably do a v4 and just grab the owners. So if we go into settings, yeah. Let's look at the customer model real quick. So in the, okay, no, it's not going to be in the customer model. Where is that information going to be? Wait, no, is it? Oh, so this is a change I actually want to make to the database too. I think. Let's look at the. No, we're gonna have to grab the members to look at that information. Yeah. Okay. So. Yeah, we can do that from here. Well, I got all the workspaces, so that should be. Let's look at this. Members right there. So this is how I'm getting all the members from the workspaces. I'm gonna have to do like a get owners, I think, for that workspace. Oh, I may actually already have that. Eloquent. No, where is this? This would be in workspace queries. Boom, I got it already. Get all owners for, and then the workspace ID. So the workspace ID is. No, this is fine. Get all owners. Yeah, this is the one I want. And this is in workspace. So it's a lot of queries though. I don't necessarily like the fact that I'm doing all these queries, but we're gonna. This page is kind of. This page needs to be heavy in a sense. Like I hate saying needs to be, but it's doing a lot, and it's doing a lot on purpose. I might, because it's trying to show, it's very heavy with data, so it's like trying to show the owners, trying to show their address, getting the credit card details, showing all their invoices, showing all the workspaces. So it's going to pull product information from the database. So this page may just have to be kind of heavy, which may necessitate me doing like one of those skeleton things to kind of load it at a different point, because I just don't know if there's a better way of pulling all this. Or I might be able to make some sort of queries later that are more performant. But for right now, I'm just going to say workspace repository query get all owners. So again, I may be able to make this better at some other point in time. I'm trying not to do too much. Like, there's no reason to necessarily do like performance-based refactors at this stage in the game. So, you know, it's like one of those just like premature things. So. Okay, so we have the owners. I got pulled them in, so let's go back to settings. Pop that over here. I think this is an array. It should, yeah, well, I said 2 array, so yeah, it's going to be an array. All right. Now we can go over to this point. B4 owner in owners p equals I think it's an array of objects, so I believe that'll work. Let's see. Or not. Is that a view issue or is that a PHP issue? Check out view. Let's pull this in. Trisha workspace. Owners is an array, is a null array. Okay, so that's not good. I should be marked as the owner, but maybe I'm not. So first, let's go to Table Plus and just look at the database real quick. Oops. Back into Table Plus again. Pop this open. Look up. I'm in foobar, so this is my workspace ID. This is my customer ID. Members. Nope, I am marked as the owner. Okay. So it's not grabbing it correctly. All right, that's fine. So let's go back to workspace queries and see what I did wrong there. Let's go, hold on a minute. I believe no, this should be working. So okay, so the way that this works, and what I'm doing here is I'm looking through all the members, and I'm doing a where JSON contains role of owner, or role of whatever the ID is, the model ID, and then I'm grabbing I'm checking to see if they happen to have a owner as their name. Why is that not working? Okay, let's break this down. Let's see what's going on in here. So I'm calling get all owners, right? Let's make sure I'm calling that correctly. Get all owners. I'm just die and dump the owners right here. So right now the query should be returning, it should be returning 1, but it's actually returning nothing. That's fine. And let's go into workspace queries and see why. So let's actually here, let's do this. Let's comment this out. Return. If I could spell return, that would be the first step. Return this model members. So this should return query, right? Or the undefined workspace members. one more time using correct spelling. There we go. We see the belongs to many relationship. Great. That's nice. That's what I needed to say there. Okay. Now this should just be a where, yeah, JSON contains. And it should be role ID this. So I'm gonna just hard code this for a minute to see if we can get this to member roles owner. So this is an enum that I have, which is pulling this up. That's how I'm getting that information out of there. But let's get the correct workspace ID, which if I go into the table, is that, again, hard code it just to see it work. Unknown column role. Oh, roles. That would be. All right. I know this works. I know this looks weird, but this is a JSON object here. So what I'm doing, the way I'm doing this is, at one point had a lookup table and all this stuff, but it ended up being way more complex than it needed to be because realistically the roles is a pretty simple thing. It's just basically you have a different role depending on what workspace you're a member of. So in this case here, this user has this workspace ID of this, and in this workspace they are the owner. There's no reason to do anything more fancy than this, and just saying, hey, just set it as a key value store inside, a JSON object inside of the MySQL table. So pretty simple, and I know this works, but it's not working here. So again, this is probably more. I could have sworn it was where JSON contains. You give it the name, and then you give it the whatever the path, kind of just like arrow path in, and then it's going to check for member roles. Unless this is just returning. Well, okay, wait. It's returning owner. Hard code more stuff. Fresh. Nothing. Okay. So get all the members. Let's get all the members. That should return 1. Or not. Oh, wait. Members get. No, it should have been. I never remember which way this is supposed to be. Okay, so nothing is coming out of here right now. Oh. That actually sort of makes sense. Hold on a second. Member workspace. I'm doing. I'm not in anything. So I'm trying to get all the members. but I don't need to use the member. Okay. Here's the thing. The members, because I'm looking at the workspace, there's a pivot relationship there. So here's your member table, or here's your workspace table, here's your member table. But here's the workspace member table that actually does the lookup for all of these things. So what I'm trying to do right now is say like get all the members, and it's like of what? Like you're not telling me enough information. So basically it's looking through this list and saying, oh, like we've given no parameters here. So if I said get so what if I did model all members? Would that get me something other than an error? All right, what does all get me? This is going to give me all the workspaces, right? Which is there's only one. Yeah, so here's this workspace. So what I could do is grab all the workspaces, loop over them to get all the members based on the ID. Or could I, is there a way of just saying, ignore the relationship, just give me everybody from the table? I mean, I guess I could just ignore the table, force it to use the model, force it to just use the members model and just say, give me everybody from this table. That doesn't feel, that feels dirty. I think it'd work. Basically just in here, I'm just like, screw you, and I just say, you know, like, members. Ah, you know what? Yes. All right. Put a pin in this. Actually, I just realized it. I was using the workspace, but I don't need to. That's where my problem is coming from. I need to get the workspaces here. I need to use the customer here. I could just use the members here. So in my head, again, I was saying, oh, we got to get the workspace repository. Like I was in my head, I'm in the wrong location. So what I could do here is actually, factually, truly say member repository query get all owners. Or just get owners. So now this will, I don't need to worry about the relationship. It's just like, screw there's no relationships here. I just give me all the owners. So I don't care about anything else. There's probably never going to be more than like, well, no, I don't know. There could be like 100. It doesn't really matter. I'm giving everybody the access to do whatever they want. So this is member queries. Yeah, now in here, get owners. And then return this model. This model all, this should return everybody, of which there's only going to be one. Get owners. Settings. Imported. I don't think I imported that before. All right, model queries. What's it doing that? Workspace queries. No, yeah, I don't think I have that in my. Yeah, this is not. This is not right. Member queries needs to be. Member. Refresh there, see what's going on. Oh, okay. What am I doing? Why is it going to model queries? What did I do wrong? I changed the way these worked like about a week ago. So I just want to make sure that I'm doing workspace queries, member queries, member, get owners. Wait, I know what this probably is. Let's go over here and let's go into member repository. I don't think I pulled it in. Yep, there we go. Ported, that should be that. There we go. Cool. Now we're getting the actual members. So this is a list of all the members, of which case there's only one at this moment in time, but that's fine. Close that. So now I should be able to just say inside of here, model where roles model where roles. Oh, you know what? Oh, damn it. This is gonna be another annoying thing. Like that's what I need to say, but it's not. That ain't gonna work. We could try it just for giggles, but that should return 0 now. Yeah. Okay. All right, so now I do need to make it a little bit more robust. Okay, that's fine. I'd rather just get to the point where you need to make it robust than actually make it robust beforehand. So roles where type is owner. So basically that's what I'm gonna have to do now. Before I was just doing ID, but I don't want to have to like loop through all the IDs. There's no reason to here. You're just trying to get every owner, everything. So this is going to necessitate a bit of a change to the roles JSON. And where am I setting it? So basically what I want to do for that JSON is what? I want it to return workspace ID 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, like this basically, and then type equals owner. That's essentially what I wanted to do. It's going to have to be in an array, right? So that it's really going to be Workspace 3. Name, what is it? Type is owner. That's, yeah, what I want. Okay. Role type owner. That's not going to work, obviously. Yeah, so there's a couple of things that are going to need to change here. So role is an array. That should be fine. So I'm just looking at the cast stuff here. So the way I'm casting this right now is I'm saying roles cast it to an array, which is going to return correctly the array for. Yeah, I don't think I have to say object. Okay. I don't use this right now, so this is fine. This is going to necessitate a couple of changes to it in a couple of different places. Yeah, because I'm gonna have to change the way I register a user then. Because you look at add customer or add first member to workspace. I get the workspace ID and I set it to member role. So we're going to need to do two things in here. So we're going to need to change this to workspace ID. You can just say type. Okay. So what I'm doing here is I'm just creating an array for the user when I actually create them. So this is like the function that, or the method that adds the user for the first time. So that's where this is the first place that this needs to be changed. So where we're saying, okay, now we're gonna go by the workspace ID, and the type. And we're going to add that, and then okay, this should be fine. I think that'll do it. Let me take this also to. So everything's gonna be broken in a moment. But you know where I also want to go? Into my factory, or into my personal workspace seeder. So this is my database seeder, and I use this for just creating a bunch of workspaces for myself, just to make sure everything works correctly. So this one creates for me, just so you can see how this works. I have, just this, it creates two workspaces, each member with 100 users. And it kind of just randomizes all of this stuff for me, like all their information, other than my personal information. So basically what I want to do is I want to have a personal information in there so I can log into all these workspaces. So then it just generates my customer for me with the fake data, migrates the database, which is right here, and then it creates me as the first member. And then it adds, once it creates the roles, then it adds me as the member. That's how this whole thing works. So then it attaches me to the workspace. And then after all that, it creates the however many users. So this is where it now creates the 100 users with the same password. So I can log in as any user with any password, or with the same password 123. Okay, so here's where I got to make this change now. All right, so if I change that to that's the info I want. Oh, you know, I've not really done this with factory stuff before. So I don't know if this will work. Well, we got to change it anyway all around. So let's see what happens here. This may blow up right there. Or not. I'm not 100% sure. It may not blow up, but it may not be what I want it to be. So let's close out of here. Edit table plus. Let's go back over into my terminal. Homestead SSH. All right, so we'll SSH into Homestead, so that way I can actually explode the database and do everything I need to do. So sites, projects, Freebase is the code base, PHP, artisan, db explode. So this is my, I wrote this, and then seed. So it'll blow up all the databases and it'll run the seeder. Or I'll spell words wrong. T artisan. One more time. All right. Let's delete it. Okay, so it's migrating. Now it's running personal workspace. So this will take a minute to actually go through because it's all different types of data. Okay, finished that. And now it's doing extra workspaces. So I set up those personal ones, and then I also set up like 3 or 4 other just random stuff. So I want to be able to like randomize data and kind of play around with it and look at how everything looks based on your different roles. Okay, so that's done. Let's go take a look at table plus because that's going to tell us some stuff. How this data looks. Customers. And let's look at the lookup table. Okay, so here's my database. So here's all my members, which is good. Here's my workspaces. Where do I want to go? Oh, members. Yeah, sorry. What am I looking for? I'll look for my. Now, we're in raw SQL. There we go. Let's see what that looks like. Nope, I did that wrong. Okay. So it looks correct, but it's actually overwriting because it's just one ID. So I need to, needs to be in an array. So let's do this. It's nothing. think that's correct. Want roles and it to have those things in there. So now I should have 2 IDs when I quit out of that and close it again and rerun it. All right, so db explode one more time. Yes, I'm about to delete the databases. And let it go. So again, it's 200 users, multiple databases. It's spinning up. This is slow on purpose, and this does not run in production. So I've actually got this whole command set up so that way it works, but it only works on your local environment because of the whole dropping part of things. We don't want anything to get dropped. All right, good. There you go. That's run. Let's go look at. Nope. Table plus again. Okay. Shared. Nope. I may just make this at some point hard code the actual UUID. So that way I'm just always use the same UUID for this thing. I don't know. Maybe not. All right. Now I can go to member. Name. There we go. No, I don't know if that's right. Doesn't look right. Oh, dang, that didn't work. What am I doing wrong there? Maybe I need to do the arrow functions or the arrow things. For me, in my head, I assumed you could just do that and then it'll update, but I guess not. See, there should be what this should look like is basically that. Oops. And then whatever data is in there, and then whatever's. So it should be an array of 2 things, of 2 objects. And it's not, and I assumed that I could just do that and it would just add, but apparently not. So, okay. I'm gonna have to figure that out in a few minutes because I'm gonna take a break because I'm starving. I haven't eaten lunch yet. Actually, I haven't even had breakfast yet. It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon for me. So I'm gonna take a half hour and I'm gonna take a break. And then when I get back, I'll figure out this repository or the how to update roles in the JSON table correctly, and then that'll allow us to move on with this whole part. So if you've been watching, thank you so much. My name is Joe. I'm going to be doing this until probably about 8:30 or so tonight. So I got 7 more hours to go of this. So yeah, this is it's fun. I'm having a good time. I like doing this, but man's got to eat. So all right, everybody, I will be back in a little bit. So see you all in a few. Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Hope you had a wonderful lunch. Like I just did. Well, I had breakfast. Um, so we are back at it working on our roles right now for our users. So I think I got everything working now. Let's just do some checks here. And then I'll explain what I did do. If this worked. If it didn't work, then it doesn't matter. I always do that. Yep, that did it. Believe that did it. Look at our data right here. Well, it's it sort of did it, but it didn't do it the way I was expecting. Okay, but this is a good first start here. So let's we'll play around with this because I think I now know what the issue is. Okay. So when you're adding JSON data, you got to actually map up the right structure. So one of the things I first didn't have was I didn't have it actually as it's an array inside of an array. So I needed to have roles and then pushing this into the array. But I'm not. What I was hoping this would do would just kind of push new items into the database, but it seems like it just overwrites the data. That's why there's only one. There should be, at this point, I believe, 3. Yeah, see, I've changed it. I've knocked it down to 10 users per workspace and 3 workspaces. So my user should have 3, should be attached to 3 separate accounts as the owner. But he's not. He's only attached to 1 workspace as the owner. All right, so what I think I can do, so I was hoping that would just do that, but it's not. So I need to do a little bit more, I think, research here. So oof, that's bright. I was looking up this information on just in not the query builder. How to correctly update a role. Or not a role, sorry, how to correctly update JSON. And I was doing it right. I just I think where get, that's fine. This is gonna work once we get to that point. I'm actually using MySQL 5.7 also, or MySQL 8, I don't remember. So the issue now is how do we update multiple roles into this? Why isn't that doing? And I am getting, let's, you know what I'm gonna do now? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna drop this down to 0. I want no members other than myself added to this database. Just because I want to see the data that comes out of it. Oops. All right. Table plus, up back into Homestead. Four workspaces. Members should just be me. And yeah, 2B45AF. 2B45AF is just this last one. So you see what it's doing. It's updating, but it's saying, okay, here's the first one, here's the second one, and then it keeps updating the same column as opposed to just insert. Oh, I guess maybe it's not update. I should be doing an insert. No, I shouldn't be doing that. That doesn't seem right. Update an array is basically the thing I'm trying to do here. So it's like update that. That won't work, right? I don't think that'll work, but I have done things sometimes in Laravel where I'm like, holy crap, that worked. There's no way that worked. This has to just lead to like no data. No, it didn't work, but okay, it did. Yeah, it definitely didn't work, but it tried to do something there, which I appreciate. Roles roll. Let's just try. Yeah, I'm sure. No, that didn't do it. Nope. Still getting the last one. Okay, so I'm missing something here. There's a piece of context here that I'm missing, which is how to update an array of JSON data. Let's see, something in JSON where, JSON, updating JSON columns. Let's just see. Database that support JSON. Okay, so that's updating. So this updates, see, all right. See, this is fine for structures, I think, that are like, you know, that looks like a structure where it would say options and then enabled or whatever, right? Something to the effect of this. Okay, so get that for a moment. I'm dying up the member roles, so wait, member. I might just need to do a little bit of work outside of the database, which is I'm okay with if I got to do it that way. Now I should just null. Okay, which that makes sense. He should be null at this point, right there. So what if what I did instead was append this to an array. Well, okay, no, the first time through, so this is where things get a little funny, right? Because there's, okay, roles is equal to, So if member roles happen to be null, we're going to just set it to an empty array. Yeah. And now inside of here, I think that'll take care of it. Now we just say roles is so this should clear up the issue, at least here on this point, I think. Yes. I hope. Let's see. Yep, there you go. Boom, whole bunch of stuff. So all of my workspaces, 505, 15, CE, and CC. Okay, good. All right, so that, great. That gets us our roles. Okay, so that handles that part. That's good. Now we know we got them all lined up correctly. I may have to make a little utility to handle updating of this a little better later on. But for right now, that's fine. Let's take this, and we need to also drop it into the attach first member. I bet you this works right here with no issues, simply because there's only one person anyway at this point in time. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do it anyway out here. Member roles, there we go. Nah, you know what? No. We'll keep that in there like that. No, this is perfectly fine here. Yeah. This is, there's no reason to do that extra step here. Because this will work, because at this point in time, nope, it won't work. I'm gonna keep going back and forth, but you want to think this works, and this does totally work if the workspace is brand new and there are no other members anywhere else in the system. However, if you are a user and there's one other workspace, and let's say you're a member of that, and you're now trying to become the owner of this new one that you're setting up, this code right here erases your workspace in the other one. Okay. Let's go back to that. There we go. Copy this. Nah, shit, this won't work. Add first member. Okay, this is only at registration. Never forget everything I just freaking said. Oh, this is what you call the after lunch. I don't remember anything. Yeah, okay. This is fine. This is totally fine. And let me explain why this is fine. This code is actually part of the registration service. This runs when you register as a new customer. So when you register as a new customer, I have to set you up as a member for the first time. So this is brand new customer registration, brand new member. There's nobody else in the database. This is it. That works. Perfect. Everything's good there. All right. Blah, blah, blah. Good. So forget everything I said before. This is fine. User gets registered. This one had to be different, obviously, because we have to make sure you already have any roles. We're adding them correctly to there. We're appending roles in here. All right. Save that out. Okay. Now what? Now I can. Oh, let me open up extra queries. Let me do this in extra workspaces too. So I just want to make sure all my Cedar data is $4K. Hold on. Workspace per customers. Match the workspace. Good. Okay, so yeah, I'm just making sure that when I set up generic workspaces, also that everything is created correctly, and there's not an issue spinning up the roles for these users because they're generated randomly too. So I basically just go through the member keys, randomly assign a role to one of those people. But they only ever have one workspace and role, but still I want to make sure that this data matches correctly. Okay. So that's work. Okay, now what the hell were we actually trying to do? All right, now what I can do, I think, is this line right here. I think this will work now. I'm not 100% sure because I might have to just say, like, I may have to just get everything and then do a I don't know. Let's try this and see what happens now. This isn't going to work because there's no database for this thing right now. I've blown out all the databases. So let's go back into this. Let's close this stuff down. This is going to throw a 404 or register. Yeah. I think that'll need me to register. I don't think I have anything here. Yeah. All right. So let's just do. Yeah. Nope. I'm already in there. Hey, you know what? If I'm already in there, I forgot. Okay, so we can go here. I've already registered this. Password 123. That should work. Undefined index 505. Oh, okay. That's. Nope. Where are we? Login. Did I do something with the role? Yep, I do. Okay, so what's going on here is it's grabbing the user. So this is that little role. I have a little role function where I'm grabbing the workspace ID and I'm checking it. So that's what that first. Okay, so I know what this is. This is now we have to just go into member. That's this right here, this function that I have on the member, where I'm basically just using the key to grab this. That's obviously not going to work now. So what I need to do here is I need to search for the, all right, so this is not a collection. I'm returning an array. So I'm going to make it a collection. This rolls. And let's see, Laravel collection. There are tons of these little collection functions, so I need to, one I can get. It's basically, I'm doing a search or like a find or something. I don't know what they have. Let's see what the word is. First where? That might do it. First where name is, there you go. That does it. And then it's going to return the whole thing. Okay, perfect. So then we can say this role collect first where workspace ID is key. And that'll return the whole thing. But I just want, is that going to return an array or a collection? I actually don't know. Okay, returns an array. So then all I need to do is return the type. Because all I want from here is the role. I have other stuff that checks whether or not the user exists in the system and all that stuff, so I don't need to worry about that. All right, cool. So that's why I had to go to the complete onboarding, because it checked I was the owner, and I am, so I can complete the onboarding. Activation is complete. Sweet. Now I go to member, or this customer settings. It's going to redirect me to my. No, it won't yet. My. There we go. Okay, so now we are here, essentially. Get owners. So okay. So this is where we are right now. So we've done this. So we've gotten all the workspaces. We've gotten the invoices. We're trying to get the owners. So get owners, and we're returning, and it's returning null because member queries. This is not doing what we want it to do. Roles type. This model where roles. So yeah, so the issue is that this is doing a again, this is expecting query of a certain type, or a JSON of a certain type that I don't think I'm matching. JSON array contains, let's see. Oh, okay, where JSON contains. Okay, so this is where I can now say. Okay, let's see what that does. Nothing yet. All right. This model where JSON contains. I think that is what I'm looking for. Meta colors, like, yeah, we don't need it. It's all right. Let's go into query JSON arrays. Functions, languages, again. Okay. Oh, no, no, no. That. Ah. Hmm. Still might not be what I'm looking for because basically what I'm saying is roles type equals owner. And I do that in here. Let's see here. Yeah, see, because this isn't the. So in this case, what it is it's like options, language. Yeah. All right. So that's going to be crap a little bit different now. Where JSON contains. I don't need an example. I need framework. Oh, no, not framework. Hmm. Yeah, what I need to do is say type equal to owners. That's what I wanted to see. Where equal not contains JSON, JSON contains roles. Type. Oh gosh, wrong place. Let's see. Ah, Oh wait, that's um what is this? Yeah, there we go. There we go. That's the owner. Okay. Now I want to do one more thing. Let's go into table plus again, just because I want to double check on the data here. I think I'm the only member. Yeah. Okay. I want to go back to the way it was before, where I have multiple members. So that is personal workspace. I want to add 100 members. And my reason for doing this is because I want to get a couple of owners, and this will generate a few owners. And I want to just make sure that it'll actually, the data, it comes back correctly. Um, cool, that's done. All right. Here we go. Log in. Uh-oh. Only one member. That doesn't feel right. There's nothing saying it can't be right, but it just doesn't feel like that's legit. One of those, like, I guess anything's technically possible, that it could have just not generated another user that's a member or that's an owner. Here's one. Oh, wait. Well, there's your problem. Okay, no, good. I have the same issue before that I have here. Okay, so I have to do this for each member here. Well, I guess they're not going to have any more than one role, so I don't need to do the attach thing. All right, now. Yep, there we go. Oh boy. Yeah, all right. That is now going to correctly the roles for in the personal workspaces. Let's blow them up again. Get out of that. Yes. Yep, I know it's not. Okay, so this should be created now. Login. There we go. With the onboarding. $57. Are they all owners? Did I create 57 owners? Again, that doesn't seem right. Again, certainly potentially possible. I mean, I had 100 people, so it's not 100. It would probably be more suspicious if it was 100, right? Maybe generate random role is not as random as I would like it to be. I actually don't care. I just want to make sure that there look to be a bunch of owners. Look up. Yeah, okay, I'm seeing a lot of owner in here. I'm not going to count them all, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so that's actually fairly plausible then. So, okay, if I saw like 2 and I couldn't, like, just even from scanning, I couldn't find any, then I would say, okay, no, this is wrong. But this is probably right. It's probably getting the right data now. Okay. So, okay, that makes, this actually is super easy to then find. So it's just, you got to get all the owners, or to search deeper in the thing, you have to like do that. Type, okay, member roles, owner. Let's go back to the enum. There we go. Okay, so that's sweet. That's working. While it was a little hairy to get to that point, we are there. So that's good. So now we have our members, we have our roles, we have our owners, I mean. Now I can actually dump to this list. This is going to be a lot. This is going to be a big list if this works. Yeah. Here are all your account owners. Am I in there? Okay, just making sure I'm in there. Dr. Georgina Larkin the Fourth. I love the data that comes out of Faker. It's just so interesting. This is great. All right, sweet. So there are all our owners. Which obviously is nonsensical, right? They're like, why would there would never be this many owners on a website at all, or for the project? But we got that data. We have it to show. We got it to show up. Now you can just like see who owns the project, and then you can go on from there. Something I want to do though. Look at that. This is little CSS thing. I want. What is the line height on this? Line height is just 1. Change that to 1.3. It's already a little bit better. 1.5. Yeah. Okay. 1.5 looks a lot better for this. That's on the body. Ooh. Okay. That doesn't look too bad. Just trying to make sure it doesn't blow up anywhere. Okay, there we go. Baseline SCSS should be that. I think I have a line height variable. Defaults. Letting normal. There we go. Oh, wait, no, you didn't work. Oh, would be good if I used var. I was like, wait a minute, that's not right. There we go. Perfect. Everything here still looks good. Good, that all looks great. Okay, so here's all the account owners in our list. We have our billing address. We have all this other information. So this is looking pretty good right now, I think. Let's go look over. All right, so we have our account owners. Yeah, what else should we do? Let's go look at our list of stuff for a minute here. So we've moved this. So this is complete. How do I mark this as complete in here? I don't have a way of doing that yet. I'm just going to put an X right next to it like that. I think this is the official way of doing it. There's like, you can do something like that in Markdown. So we finished that. Move customer data off the workspace slug. That's done there. That's obviously done there. Close a workspace, lock a customer out. Okay, so we've done all the moving of everything. I'm actually going to continue down this path of these pages. So owners can only be owner to account owner and never have more than one. Well, I don't think I'm going to change that in here because I don't see a reason to it. So I'm going to keep it as you can have multiple, but other apps may change that later on. So I'm not going to do this right this moment in time. Pull product information from the database, close a workspace, update a workspace, lock a customer out if they haven't paid, and notes section. So let's finish up some of this stuff, I think. All right, ability to update a workspace. Let's do that real quick. So what does updating a workspace look like, really? That would be kind of clicking on here and then updating a workspace. And what should you be able to do in there? You should be able to change the name of the workspace, the URL of the workspace, and for now, that'll be it. And you should also be able to close a workspace, not an account, a workspace. I gotta change the wording there. So close a workspace, which does what? I think that just kind of won't get rid of the data. It's not even a soft delete. It's a, you just can't access this anymore. So it won't be in like your official list of pages or whatever, I guess. And then, yeah, I think that sort of makes sense. Because the idea should be that, you know, maybe if we're selling workspaces, so you can only have, let's say you can have 3 workspaces at a certain account level. Then you want to allow them to close or archive an account space and then start up a new one if they wanted to. So this will be archive. All right, so let's go into settings view and change that name to close account. This is archive. archive this workspace. I'll just say archive. See, this is why I need a writer. Archive. Danger, delete, workspace ID, workspace name. It gets all that stuff for you. So I don't even have that function or that method. All right, so if we go here, ID, name. All right, I think this is going to necessitate a few database changes too, but let's click on this button. So I should hit this button. So the way this works is I'm just using a confirm dialog box to say, are you sure? Click that, archive, because anytime you do something that's destructive, you need to put some sort of like blocker in the way so your users don't shoot themselves in the foot. So are you sure you want to archive personal workspace too? Okay, now it says archived. Obviously it's not doing anything. So I guess that's going to mean, well, that'll mean a few things. You change it to the database too, I think, because workspace. Nope, we can use our status. So I have this status, and I think that's what we're gonna have to change. Look at our workspace status. So we have active, pending, inactive, verified, locked, removed, and archived. These are all just generic kind of terms right now. So we've already set things. So when you log in the first time, everything gets set to pending. Active is after you've done the onboarding state. Locked would be something, I don't know, like if you just, it's some sort of lock state that can happen. Maybe if something, maybe it's like active, but you want it frozen, like don't let anybody change anything in here. So it goes into a locked state. It doesn't close it, it just locks it. I don't know. Removed probably doesn't exist. There's probably no such thing as removed. Archived would be the state where everything is closed. See, because there's a couple of tricks here that I have to think about. Let's take the example of just a random URL. Like if you had foo.rebase.test, right? And this is where your website was, let's say, right? So this is, you know, currently active. That's fine. But what happens when you say, you know what, I want to archive this? And then you do. Somebody else needs to not, like, you can't let someone else come in and buy or use this thing. So that's what archived has to do. So archived and locked keep the slug for you. Removed, once something is removed. All right, so that's probably what removed is going to end up being used for later on in the build here, where I'll probably give people like 60 or 90 days to unremove. So it's almost like a soft delete, like an even softer delete, I guess. I don't know what the word is, where when something gets put into the removed state, you still have 90 days where you cannot use the slug. And then after 90 days, everything gets washed out of the database completely. and then basically it's up for grabs. So if today you're using foo.rebase as your URL, you mark it as removed. Whenever that I allow that to happen, then 90 days from today, somebody else could come in and buy that and use that domain, use that slug. But for right now, we want to do archived. So archived is the state that we're going to be changing things to. So this is customer update. I guess we could do the same thing for this. Should we allow them to toggle? Yeah, I guess they should be able to toggle. So this dot $sign post. Works status. Yeah, so I want to set the workspace status here and pass that in. Okay. So all I'm doing here is I'm kind of using the same update function or method to do everything. I'm taking the update status. I'm using customer update, just passing in the workspace status, and then using just that information. So this is going to necessitate me figuring out a little bit about the customer update. Because as of right now, because all this information is already on the customer. Oh, no, wait. If this information isn't on the customer, if this piece isn't in particular, maybe this does need to just be on a workspace. Hold on. Oh, but there's lookup table data that we got to change. Okay. Yeah, so there's a bunch of fields here, or a bunch of places this data has to change. First one I think is going to be on the account. So let's look at shared. Lookup. Oh no, okay, good. This is the only place. Okay. All right. All right. So this is a workspace update. Really, it's not a customer. It's on the actual workspace, which means you should be going to a different page before doing all this information. I think. I don't think I want to put this all on the same table, on the same page. So we don't have to do anything here. So get out of this page. Let's hide that for a minute and think this through just a little bit. We come here. We want to, let's say, do something here. What do we want to do? We want to click this. We want to update or archive. Yeah, I guess this is fine to leave this on this page. And then we click archive, and that's got to go to the workspace route. Yeah, so this has to go to a totally different route, which is just the archive. All right, that's fine. That's not a big. I was just trying to make sure that this is all in kind of like the right, everything is in the right space. So really this is going to like customer ID slash workspaces workspace slash archive workspace ID slash archive. That's where I want this thing to go. Yep, and I have it right there. Archive, close, edit. It's going to be remove. Yeah, so remove is very destructive, and I got to remember that. I got to remember how I'm going to do that. But okay, for this right now, so workspaces.archive. That's what I want to create here. So let's go back over into our base customer. Settings. This is workspaces. Something I like to do. Just this is kind of just a random thing that I do, but it just kind of helps make things life a little bit easier later on. For workspaces.dot. So now I can kind of just build these things out just using the same template for this. So this is get customer workspaces workspace. Actually, I'll just deal with the ID. I don't think I need a show. I just need an edit route. Yeah. I definitely want this to go through a post. That would make sense to me to go through a post on this. I don't want somebody to just kind of hit this route with the word archive and then that'll actually do anything. That doesn't seem right. Let's go over here, domain. Where the hell are we? We got to go to help or HTTP controllers, rebase, customer. So inside the customer, I now got to create a couple other things. So this is where I'm creating the workspaces folder. See, so there's a little bit, there's a lot of stuff in here. So there's workspaces, and then there's workspaces, and naming might get a little funny, but I don't think it will, but new, no, new, well, let's just take this there, move. Workspace archive. All right. Customer ID and request. We're gonna need the workspace ID also. So that's this one right here. Customer workspaces archive. Hit save, settings. All right. That. All right. So we have the customer workspace. We have that archived. Or we have the route for that. That's good there. Just hide all that info. Queries. I don't think we need this right now. Okay, so here we are here. Oh, this won't work until let me stop Ziggy real quick. So we need customer ID, workspace, and then I think that ID is what the ID we need. That should be the workspace ID. Yep, workspace ID, workspace. Perfect. So we're passing that in there. So you can see what we're doing here. We're saying ID and name into this archive thing. Saying, are you sure? You say yes, then we pass into the route the customer ID, the workspace ID. That gives us the correct route. I actually don't think this needs anything from here. Yeah, we don't need any. We don't need to pass in anything because we're just saying archive. So customer workspaces archive will just do what it needs to do, which in this case means marking that to archived. Okay. Oh, that broke. What I broke? Oh, that's what broke. Yarn watch. And it broke again. But I broke again. Workspace archive. Controllers, rebase, customer, workspace. Oh. So this should be good now. All right, so we have those routes back. This isn't going to do anything yet because we're not actually doing anything in there. So let's go back to the workspace archive and actually do something. This repository. No, we'll do where do we want to do this? We want to do this thing on the model, right? Then we're going to do a factory update. Factory updates. You know what? This is kind of a very specialized thing, I think. So I think I'm gonna I'm trying to decide where I want to do this code. I think for right now I'm gonna just do it right here, but I'm gonna move it eventually. So I don't really need to move it. It's fine here where it is. So let's just swap out this thing that's going to archive. So it should be called status, I believe. Workspaces status. Yeah, so we want to change status to archive. And that's not going to work because we don't have a model yet in there. So I need to pass in the workspace ID. I think that's how I do it. Column check and then data. Or it's column type check and data. What did I give it? I give it 2 or 3. What did I do? Whew. Oh, go back to here. I'm saying workspace ID. This is the data. That's what I was doing. Archive. Yep, I think that's about it for that. So this will be workspace ID, then the data. Let me double check if that's correct. Model factory to, yeah, model and data. So it's just the model and update with the data. Boom, there you go. Okay, that should handle that for us. And back. Okay, so what this is now doing is it's grabbing the repository, updating the model with this workspace ID to a status of archived, and we are redirecting back. I'm not doing any checks of any sort on that yet, other than it's finding that thing. And we're just passing back a message. Call the member function update on string. What did I do? What did we do there? Call to a member function update on string. Oh, data's coming back as a string. I don't think it. Okay, I don't think it likes that. Let's do this. Let's put it over here. This is where it's going to go anyway. So we're just going to say archive. This is really where it should be living. Let's just do that. Get rid of that. Model factory. Go here. Mm-hmm. Now we just say here, workspace repository. Factory. I'm just going to archive. Okay. Boom. Archived. Okay. Let's double check the data base. Refresh. Nope. Wait. I don't know if Control R actually works in here. I think it does, but do that. That I know works. Okay. Yeah. So, nope, that didn't do it. Okay, so personal workspace is not, so archive workspace ID, workspace. What's going on there? Maybe I didn't hit save. That could be it. Alt member function update string. What don't you like? Oh, it looks like this isn't turning up as a that's weird. That should be an array, and it looks like it's not, and that's what's causing the issue. But is that not an array? Nope, it's an array. Oh, that's what it's not liking. I think. Pretty sure. Um, do that. Fresh. Hit archive. Try one more time. Save. Oh, I'm saving. That's actually two things that were the problem. The first problem is I'm passing in the workspace ID, not the um, not the model, which would make sense. All right, so if I have to change this around, so I need to say workspace ID is equal to workspace ID, right? Nope, just ID. I was using the wrong thing. So I need to say ID equal to workspace ID, pass in the data once it's saved. There we go. That should work now. Archive. Boom, archived. Now I think that'll actually here. Refresh, archived. Okay, good. We should change the way it looks on the front end too. But now you can see that we can archive these things, and it's really just a matter of what I wasn't doing was I was passing in the ID as the model and pretending that that was the model. No, it's just the ID. So now it's saying update, and it's checking the ID versus the workspace ID, and then if everything's good, then it's passing in this thing. And this would have caused an error too because it was not passing in a string; it was passing in the enum class. Okay, so that's all taken care of. That's all now working, I would say. Yeah, it looks good. So okay, and we pass back in the model. Sweet. I probably should do some sort of try here to say, if it is archived, I don't care. If like you try to re-archive it, that's not that big of a deal. But we should now change these tables. Back to the settings. Settings. all active. So this is just going to return all active workspaces now. Owners, members, filter. Oh, was I just calling get all before? Yeah. Okay, so I need to create a new thing. Get all is just like my generic. Settings. Yeah, all active. Okay. Maybe let's put this one at the top. So this is now only going to return one. I'm going to say active or pending. So where basically return all the models, all of the workspaces that where status is active and where status is pending. So now that should return all of them except for workspace 2. Or break. All active. What didn't it do? All right. Ooh, broke them all. This model where status. Oh, here. Do this. Maybe back at least one. There we go. And then you return in the where multiple. No, I don't think you can. Should just be. I should just. And where should just be where. Where, right? Yeah. Oh, or where, Joe? There you go. I'm thinking, yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay, so where the model is. Or where this. Get it all. Okay. So now we're getting just those active ones. Now, if that means I can say here, hey, let's knock you down into archived. And that goes away, and then we have our 2. Beautiful. That works nicely. Okay. So we're able to archive things. Again, we're not doing anything with these statuses yet at the moment in time, and that's fine. I just want to, like, the fact that we can now move these things around a little bit is good. We will be doing stuff with them eventually, but I just want to have this stuff kind of ready to go. Okay. So this is, no, not update. Archive. Okay. So what does archive mean again? So I guess the only other thing I want to do here for the archive is that you shouldn't be able to log into that. I think that makes sense, right? You should not be able to log into something that is archived. Or you log in and it says, sorry, this has been archived. So there's no, that would probably work. I guess either way works. We either kick out an error on login All right, so let's go back to, I'm going to log out. Let's go to, so this right now is still going to allow me to log in. If I have a password here, I think I do. Yeah. And it's going to onboarding start because it's looking at my status and saying your status is not active. So, okay, when you're archived, this is where we gotta, that is in process login request. Let's look at has been onboarded real quick. Okay, so all we're doing is we're checking to see whether or not the status is active, and if it's not, yeah, so we're saying if the this model where slug is equal to in yeah, where status is equal to active. We're checking that. Okay, that's I think we're going to change this to just see if you are active. So first is active. So let's go back to login. Process login should be a little bit different now. So I think the way this has got to work is if query is active. So we're going to kind of like bifurcate you right there and say, are you active or inactive? So if you're active, now we can check if you've been onboarded. So is onboarded. And then do stuff based on that, based on whether or not you're the owner. And then if not active, that's where we're here, and that's where we got to do a couple different things, right? So the first one is like, why are you not active? So the first one could be is archived. Is removed. I guess that could be a thing. And what was the other one? Locked. Yeah, locked or inactive. So there we go. So we can say in a couple of different ways here that you've been archived, you've been removed, you've been locked, and do something based on those pieces of data that are a little bit different. Mm-hmm. Yep, that's what we gotta do. Okay. And I think, and the other thing is that it's basically role based a little bit here too. So if someone is archived and they are not the owner, we probably don't want to tell them anything. We'll just say, sorry, please consult with, somebody, this has been locked or something. Like just limit the amount of information that goes out. All right, so onboarded would be then pop this over here. So has been onboarded is really just saying whether or not the slug is active. Yep, I think we're going to change that right now. No, I think that's fine. I was trying to think of should I change the words and have an onboarding thing, but no, I'm not. So is active versus is pending. That's the other one. So pending means you haven't been onboarded yet. So is pending. That's really the first one. I think I just do exists. I don't even need. Okay, so now all we're doing here is we're saying if you're pending, if is pending, grab the and return boolean for this. But, I should just make a little bit of a convenience private function for me. So we're going to just grab that. I don't know if you saw that. My door over there. No, I guess you can't see it from the camera. Just pushed open all the way. My cat was just standing there, like, yo, okay. All right, so status check. We're gonna return Boolean. It's right there. Plug status. Okay. Base. Pending. There we go. Just to kind of make it a little bit of cleaner. I guess you would call it cleaner. Just a little bit more convenient, easier to understand. Is pending. Now I can kind of just do whatever I want for these. So is pending is active. Is locked. Is archived. Active, locked, archived, and removed. Removed is the one I don't know about yet. That's the one that I'm a little bit leery on because I don't know if I fully understand yet what removed is going to do. I have a concept, but I'm not sure. So, all right, now query is pending. Let's redo this. Actually, we could just do it here. So if is pending on that slug, we look for the user. If they're the owner, then we redirect them to the onboarding start. Otherwise, we put them to the holding page. I don't even think I have a holding. Oh no, I do have a holding page. Okay. So if they're pending, that's where it goes. Otherwise, it just redirects them to the dashboard. Else, we're gonna just do else if I don't know, if workspace is pending. Oh, now. If it's archived, that's where we're gonna do something else. Now I refresh. Oh, because I'm not in login. There we go. Hold on a second. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take a quick break, 20 minutes or so, and then I'll be back. Thank you again if you've been watching. My name is Joe. I'll be back in a few minutes. Like I said, about 20 minutes or so, and we'll keep going on this. Thanks. All right, back. There we go. Sorry for that. So, where the heck are we? All right, we are here. We're on this page. This is good. So this just checks if we are. All right. So basically, we got to this point now where we are able to log in as a user, do whatever we want to do, but we can check if their status is pending or if what the workspace is in. So if a workspace is pending, then we can check if they're the owner, and if they're the owner, we can redirect them to the onboarding start. If it is archived, right now I'm just saying get the hell out of here. I'm not going to do anything with removed or locked at the moment, but is archived. Let's just change this to I think for right now I'm just going to put the hold page up. Do that. So there you go. Now I do need to do an actual check on here somewhere else, because if you're in, you could just change it to dashboard, I'm pretty sure. Ah, no, good. It's going to actually still redirect you. No. Oh. There we go. Yeah, see, you can still get in there. So let's check the repository status after login also. Actually, let me change that. You know what I'm going to do? Let's make this a middleware. Let's make the middleware that actually checks where you are and what you're doing and all of that stuff. And then that'll be a little bit better, I think. So we'll take this, we'll kick that out of there. Okay. Clear. Make middleware. Check workspace status. All right, so we've created the middleware that can do that. Okay. Okay, so for a moment, I'm just doing this where yeah, that should be good. We'll just do the exact same thing right in here. I do need the workspace ID though. Okay. So let's go where? Well, first, where the hell are we gonna put this? Kernel. So obviously there's certain places we don't need to check the workspace status. So I'm going to take this, copy this. Status. Oh, that is not the right. Be good. That's not an error. I don't know why it keeps telling why it does that, but it does. So all right, workspace status is right there. We can go into workspace. Rebase workspace. Okay. Oh, page isn't returned. Okay, so what just happened there? Workspace status. Settings? No, that's not it. Okay, so where should we be? This thing I'm trying to think for kernel. Let's look at the status again. Nope, not that. Check workspace. So what we're doing, oh, okay. I see what's happening here. Yeah, I keep redirecting to the hold page for right now. So I'm gonna update this to use my base middleware. And let's grab all these. I want the onboarding hold. So that's just anything in onboarding we can ignore, basically. Refresh that page, see what happens. Might still break. Still not redirecting properly. Okay. Make sure it's there. Yeah, that's where, okay. So we're here. We should have the, shouldn't be pending. It should just be, oh, well. So we're here right now. Basically what happens is this, it hits this archived link and it says redirect route to onboarding hold. Save. Oh, I'm not skipping it. That's what I'm not doing. There we go. So now from wherever we are in the site, so you can't go to like the dashboard and ignore this. It'll automatically redirect you here. My cat's doing that, but all right. Okay. All right, sorry for that. My throat's getting a little scratchy from doing this. But let's see now. So good. We've now correctly handled any. So now basically, if the repository comes back in any sort of status that isn't complete, we can or it isn't active, we can do something based on that. So there's nothing to do right now, but it's just good to know that we can do that. So I'm going to change this now to log out. Oh, I wonder if log out won't work. I probably have to change that. Let's do. What the heck is that doing? Log in, I bet you. Log in, log out. There we go. Thank you and have a nice day. So this still exists. So now somebody can't come in still and register that. So if we go to already been taken. Good. So registration can still occur for the sites that need to happen, but not in this, like for these cases. Okay, this is great. So that's all working nicely now. I can delete connect to customer because this is not doing anything. Check my kernel because I want to make sure I'm not using connect to customer. Nope, not calling that anywhere. Good. Okay, so we're good there. Lock customer out if they haven't paid. That's actually just in the lock stuff, so we can lock anybody out now if we want to. I just have to have a mechanism for locking them out. Well, no, the mechanism is I can just go into the database and lock somebody if I wanted to, or I just have to do some. That's going to be some research I have to do into the cashier to figure out what happens if they don't pay. How do I know in the system, and how do I change that? But that's going to be like documentation reading time that I just haven't done yet. So, all right. I think we should do the choice page right now. So that way you can actually pick what happens when you log in. Or just the switch page. It's more about switch. It's not choice. So let's log into one that actually exists still. Oh boy. log in. Okay, so there we go. That's where we are logged into here. Now what I want to do is click on this button and be able to do a switch workspace. So that's what this is now. So how do we go? Where does switch workspace take you? I think what that does is that takes you up to the my section and then checks what pages you're on, or checks what domains you have available to you. That's how I think that should work. And then what we can also do is if you try to log into a workspace that you eventually don't have access to, it'll also take you to the my page. Yeah. Yeah, I think that works. Okay. So let's do that. Let's say right now you are in dashboard and you want to click on and switch to workspace. Switch your workspace. Where do we do that? We should go to close out some of these things here. These things aren't needed right now. Previous workspace, process login, settings. All right. Switch. That's what we're going to call it. Customer. Actually, this is just going to be workspace. Workspaces. Like really, that's what that page is. It's this guy. Now that I think about it. Yeah. Apps. Read controllers, read customer, workspaces. Workspace index. Workspace index, there we go. Customer ID, we don't have a workspace ID because that's not something we'd have here. And we're not doing the archive. I don't know what you need yet. We'll have to see that in a sec. Let's just say this, or no, action, get view. Wait, no, inertia. Jeez, I don't remember anymore. Yeah, there we go. Inertia, action, get view. So this page is this that page? I think for now it can start off being, I think it's going to be identical. Yeah, for now let's keep it here, and then if I need to move it later I will. But okay, so we have our actions, we have our workspace, we've got it's going to dump to another page, or it's going to dump out to this page, but we need to obviously show something on that page, and that is going to be your workspaces, not all the workspaces. Okay, so this isn't this page. This isn't the workspace page. This is the what is this? What would this be called? This would be like your member workspaces. So I'm going to move this right now, so that way I don't even think about I don't even want to. Member workspace. That lives out here. Okay. Customer slash customer.switch. So we're just gonna call yeah, I'm just gonna call it switch. That's really all it is. That's the ID. So it's customer ID slash workspaces. Change this actually too. There we go. Because this is based on the authorized user. So he's a member, whatever it is, and it's their workspaces. So yeah, we'll just call it member workspaces, and switch is the URL. Okay, so what I need to do in here is then do a check to see what workspaces you personally have access to. So that is workspace repository, query. What are we querying? Get member work. And what do we pass into this? So it's going to be the authorized user. I think we just need their ID. I don't think we need anything else. At least for right now. So get member workspaces off. Okay, and now we go to workspace queries. Function gets member ID. And what are we getting here? We're going to get this. Oh yeah, this is you see this model members where member ID. No, not members. This workspaces. Oh, the wrong thing. I always do this. It's member workspaces that we want to do this in. No, I mean it's member queries. Return this model where, oh no, this model workspaces where think that's all I need. But this is in member queries, so member repository, save that. Get workspaces. Oh, I need to go into admin. No, I need to go into what? Oh, where is that? That is let's save. Okay, I gotta go into the navigation. Identity nav. I have it all set to log out. So this is switch. Should just work. Oh, I'm running yarn. Okay. Let's go back here. Switch. No, I think it'll probably kick me out. Yeah. Press the wrong button. There we go. Okay, here we are. Okay, so we are at a place where there are no things. Let's see what's going on there. So we're not getting any workspaces back from this. So we have our user, we have our user ID. Get member queries or get workspaces. Is it this? Nope. No, this is the eloquent stuff I wanted to return. Let's see what this does here. Oh, I probably what do I need to do? I'm not loading the workspaces. I think I need workspaces. I think this might give me something. No, that's not it. I was doing this somewhere before. No, it's with members where that might be what I gotta do. And then we get the member. This is more about ordering than it is anything else, I think. Let's see. With workspaces, I don't think that's going to do it. Yeah. Oh gosh, I never remember this thing. Let's just start from the beginning. Get the model with the workspaces. You're eager loading workspaces. Now, if I say workspaces, what does that return? Okay, we don't think we need them. Then let's just say workspaces. That should eager load them. Yeah, that should be it. So now I should say member ID. Nothing. What am I doing wrong there? Hmm. Oh, wait a minute. No, I'm on the member. Wait, do I not even need this? No, I'm just thinking about that. What do I get if I just say workspaces? Empty. And let's double check that I actually have members in here. Okay, that's a lot of members. What's my number? Okay, so I do have the ability to get that information. So I do, and I do actually have members and workspace IDs tied together here. So it's just, what am I doing wrong? This is just fatigue from the day. I think I'm like not seeing stuff anymore. But okay, so this model workspaces. Yeah, that should just work, right? Many. Where? This is what it should be. And it's returning nothing. Belongs to many where. If aware condition. It's not what I want. Where pivot? Is that what I'm... Oops, wrong place. Place. Refresh. Nope, okay. No, that's not working. I gotta look this up a little. Oh. Like that's not right. Oh man, we're going keep going to the wrong thing. Whew. What am I doing wrong there? No, see, let me look at this belongs to. Look at the workspace. Oops, nope. And if I'm trying to pull up the members of the workspace, how do I do that? Let's go to... Oh. This model with members. Okay. So I should then be able to say here, this model with workspaces. And in my code before, I was saying where ID equals workspace ID. Do I need that? I don't know if where. Let's do where ID equals. First, okay. There we go. These are our workspaces. That's complex, or not. It's just, I think I'm, yeah. So basically what I'm doing here is I'm taking the model and I'm eager loading the workspaces. I'm finding, which is what I have to do. That's the spot that was the thing I was forgetting. So load the models, eager load the workspaces when we find the model with where the member ID is the ID. So that part right here. Grab the first one because there are no more of that. Then load the workspaces. Then give me the workspaces. I don't know what the hell I was thinking, but yeah, this is, looking at this, I'm like, oh yeah, this makes perfect sense. Model with workspaces where ID is member ID. Grab the first one of those because there's only one person with that, and then give me all the workspaces. Yes. This is just fatigue. I think at this point I'm tired. Okay, return. What don't you like? Oh, this thing. Okay, get workspaces. So we have the workspaces. Now I'll go to the switch page. There's obviously nothing there. Let's go into pages, customer. Member workspaces.view. States. What else don't we need? I don't think we don't need any stuff. Don't need that. Okay, so now we can just switch to the workspace. So we're gonna just do what? What are we gonna put here? We can just do a UL for right now. Li or inertial link. Oops, nope, just the link. Space.name. There we go. Obviously kind of ugly, but this, I'm not grabbing the full link. Okay, the workspace is not getting the, oh no, I don't have a link in there, that's why. Never mind. That would be why it doesn't. So if I just did this, yeah, there we go. Okay, you know what? I have been doing this since 8:30 this morning, and it is now 5 o'clock, and I am exhausted. I'm sitting here and I'm going to start I'm seeing myself make silly mistakes. So this is a point where it's like, you know what? Time to call it a day. I think I done a lot today, so we got a lot done. It was awesome. It was actually, no, it was really fun doing this. So I'm probably going to do it again at some point. I mean, not just streaming in general. I mean, just like streaming long like this. It was definitely fun. But for right now, I'm going to go crash, maybe eat a little bit more turkey because it's still, there's still turkey. There's food everywhere. So I'm going to go eat some food. Everyone have a wonderful, safe weekend. For the love of God, don't go anywhere. Just stay home. Just stay home. Don't. If you're in America, for the love of God, just don't. But yeah, that's all. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for watching. Again, my name is Joe Samflone. Like, subscribe, do all that stuff on my channels on Twitch or here on if you're on YouTube or on Twitch. So please, like and subscribe to my stuff. And that's it, everyone. Have a great weekend. Happy Friday, and I will see you all Monday. I think I'm going to be doing some more streaming. Not this long, but Monday for sure. So thanks, everyone. See you soon.